Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Pick. Radiant team, pick.
Lion.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
Grimstroke.
Dire team, pick.
Brood mother.
Dire team ban.
Behold the horn of madness.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Radiant team, pick.
Ember Spirit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. team, pick.
Void incarnate.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Race King.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Keeper of the light.
Choose your hero, my good friend. You really should prepare for battle.
Yes, this will do just fine.
"30 seconds to battle." Hello? The battle begins! Or so I am told. Look at them go!
Death arrives.
First blood goes to mother.
A wyvern's breath. A wyvern's breath.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Yourself for sad tidings. Radiant's courier has been slain. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things.
My brush falters. By my horns, you'll not live to see the dawn. And I'll put you in it.
A wyvern's breath.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
Lives must end.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business.
Bears in my
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
Frankly, I shall reconsider your worth.
is here.
to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bounty, which my matriarch would prize.
A wyvern's breath. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Radiant's structures are fortified. There appears to be some sort of magic at work. Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Have learned well.
You must learn.
It would appear Radiant's top tower is under attack. In a stunning development, Dire's top tower has fallen.
Bounty.
Bounty.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. Dire's structures are fortified.
Regeneration.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Someone must be very pleased with themselves. Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing. Is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's bottom tower Radiant's bottom tower has
is under attack.
She always wonders the day.
Digested from the inside out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Sorry, Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. If that's the proper term for it, and I believe it is. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A wyvern's breath.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good way.
A wyvern's
Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. They are looking quite robust. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
I wish I need another pair of legs.
Touch my treasure now.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. I could have predicted this. But Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is cause for celebration, leaving nothing but fond memories, a taste of immortality, and a questionable cheese.
Agents of the void. Go for my master.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to structures are beautifully fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record. I am required to point out that Dire's middle tower has fallen.
A wyvern's breath.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower Radiant's top tower is under attack. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Bad tidings, I'm afraid. Radiant's courier has been slain. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Desperation, Dire's structures have been fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's structures. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vanished, but not gone.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken leg. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Move!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Juggernaut.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Ancient apparition.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Tide Hunter.
Radiant team pick.
Axe.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Templar Assassin.
Dire team ban. team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team, pick.
你气不气？你气不气？
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Go ahead. Select your heroes.
你气不气？
Now you're fish food.
You really should prepare for battle. 30 seconds to battle.
Rock on!
Is this on? The battle begins. Radiant's courier has been slain. Let us hope it left no little ones behind. Radiant's courier has been slain.
You get nothing!
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. They appear radiant with health. Must I repeat myself? Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Death tax.
To the temple's defense.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
Hunting is fun.
Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme middle tower is under attack. In a master stroke of sorts, Dire denied its middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Seems to be the day for it. Extraordinary amount of Radiant's stress. Bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration?
Out. Gold.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself?
shower with you.
Regeneration.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are cunningly fortified.
Bounty!
Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Denied.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan is the latest victim of Radiant hostility.
Have my breath and drinks your tears.
This will come in handy.
What have we here? This is not ours! Fail me!
I saw that ending from miles away. The hidden ones have blessed me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must I repeat myself? Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. I don't mean to be honest, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. In a stroke of cunning, or perhaps of desperation, Dire's structures have been fortified. I don't mean to be honest, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack. In a blow to the Dire, their bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. And not in a good Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures lie about such things. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Middle tower has been denied. I've never seen a tower more denied. Very nice. Dire's structures are Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
The jungle has everything Axe desires.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Dire's top tower is being attacked like nobody's business. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I feel broken record. I am required to point out that Dire's middle tower has fallen. We hardly knew you. Radiant's courier has been slain. This is no sort of place for a peasant feast. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been cause for celebration? I've never seen Radiant's structures looking so fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Must Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Radiant's bottom tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to extreme violence. Development, Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Their top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Oh, this is a sorry state of affairs. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
The mysteries remain.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower is under attack. In a blow to the Dire, their bottom tower has fallen.
We rely not upon fortune. All is confusion.
Radiant have slain Roshan.
A mysterious force.
Dire's structures are fortified. Quite robust. Sorry, I just noticed that Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Arcane mystery.
Mau kemana bos? Mau kemana bos?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
We become whole.
BO3.
Strange to say, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are not only fortified, they are positively glowing.
Bounty!
middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under an extraordinary amount of stress. Has fallen afoul of the Dire. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to lie about such things. Under attack. Oh, look. Has Radiant's that ever been cause for celebration? Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are beautifully fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Oh, look. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. It seems to be going around.
For heresies unknown.
I spy with my little eye that Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Shrapnel!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Quick draw!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire team ban.
Templar Assassin.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
I'm doing great, Mike. We had a really exciting back and forth in game number 2. That one went the long mile, and Galaxy Racer managed to bounce back in. We saw some amazing plays from both sides. Initially, Sam H calls weren't great, then it started to line up. We saw Dokkan be a massive factor with his line, getting those instant hexes off early on, finding the back line every single time. And eventually it all boiled down to the Ravage coming out from Mizu. Just managed to catch out the Sniper. They got the Divine Rapier in their side, gave it to In Your Dream. All fell apart from for Omega. We'll see if they can shake off that loss. That's a pretty heartbreaking loss. Now, they were falling behind a lot in the early game and the mid game as well. So it was more of a turnaround than them dropping that game necessarily. And Galaxy Racer kind of need to tighten up for themselves because they had big opportunities to just end the game a lot faster. They ran at risk of actually losing that game and being knocked out immediately. We'll have to see what they do shake up. Already have the openers here. Bristleback Tusk for Omega, so it looks like we've got our Sam H hero, which was very much a targeted ban in the first 2 games. We were always seeing the Bristle taken off. Now he's got the option to play it. He's got the Tusk along for the ride. If that is a pause for Tusk with Bristle, that's a pretty scary lane. You run people down with a tag team. Once you're level 2, level 3 really on the Bristle, that's when it feels comfy. Get some goo off, get the damage off with your quills. Not an easy lane for any safe laner. Galaxy Racer, for their part, Lion again for Jokam. Can't fault. He's played at every game in the series, along with the TA once more for Lackety. He did a ton of work on that TA. He won out his mid. He set up for his team. And I think it's just a very confident mid pick. You could still sort of find a good lane in here for Omega to kind of deal with that. I think the one thing that's still available is something like Max Kunkka. And we know Mac has played a lot of Kunkka before. So it could be something Omega looks to pick up, but for now, they do go with the Enchantress support. Likely our +5 stable here. We've seen CML play this tons of times, so we'll just have to see what they pair up with it. But you've got some healing coming through. It's a bit of a nuisance for right-click cores like the TA, because Untouchable just makes her slower to, not necessarily harder, but slower to take out. And that could be annoying for any hero that you kind of throw out there.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Legion Commander.
Yeah. We've seen MH play it a couple of times. He's one of the only offlaners left that wants to play the LC. Him and, I guess, every now and again KP as well. It's still effective, you know, the Ag Shard is still a big nuisance. I'm worried about the fact that they've given away this Phoenix. There's still an option off-lane Mars. And the Mars into Bristle is not something Bristleback wants. The Spear will force you to face forward. You've got the Arena Egg combination. I think GXR wanted to hammer in that Mizu hero. They should just go for the Mars. It's really good in this game up against what Omega has. It just immediately counteracts Bristleback. You've got the combination with your anyway. Gives you great team fight, great tempo. They should just go for it.
Dire team ban.
Faceless Void.
Oh!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you've got egg combo on hand. The TA can kind of play outside of Chrono as well, so you have some synergy going on there. So, I would still prefer to Mars. I think it's going to be a straightforward ban now for Omega if they see it. Although there is counter synergy with Mars Void, because the Mars doesn't contribute too much into Chrono, so you might not want that anymore for GXR. Omega still lacking, well, not really lacking, but still have to figure out where their bristleback goes here, whether or not they want that on safer mid. There's also the weird possibility of say a Tusk off lane for damage, the Legion Commander going on snap. Done a couple of times, surely for the Ag Shard. Not necessarily the best choice when you've already got the Edge, so I think they're going to have to make that work much more straightforward. And I like that GXR did actually ban out the, Arc Warden, so not an option. You don't really have the best ways of dealing with Chrono right now for GXR, for Omega. No Venge for swap, nothing like an Oracle for the disarm and the False Promise to save. No Winter Wyvern for the Curse. So Omega's gonna have to find a core that can somehow scale along with Void and kind of hold maybe something that can allow them to initiate on the Void first to prevent that Chrono from being an issue in the first place.
Go ahead. Select your heroes.
It's rather even. I don't think you've had full draft advantage on either side. Wombo combo from GXR is amazing. Phoenix Egg, Void Chrono, plus Vac Wall combinations to set all up first. That sounds very potent. The issue is, with a core like the Wraith King, that's the exact core we were talking about. Doesn't care too much about Chrono because he's got a second life. You could try to itemize for Diffusal in the Faceless Void, but just buying, you're trying to bully him out before the 20-minute mark when the Ag Shard just nullifies that. So I think the Wraith King was a smart pick from Omega. They are lacking in team fight on Omega's end though, but I think what they're hoping will happen is that Galaxy Racer is the one that commits and they just counter fight. Maybe they find pick off here and there with their Tusk LC. When it comes to counter fighting, they can, once they're big enough under Bristle and Wraith King, they can survive through the initial onslaught, and in a prolonged fight, the Bristleback feels great. Tino, if he does manage to get the Radiance, he's just going to constantly burn, take away at a lot of that softer backline, and they can try to wrangle control back. So hard to call it from the draft. Maybe it's easier. Okay, I'd say GXR, because it's easier to pull off the Chrono combinations here. Whereas for Omega, they don't have too much team fight control, but again, they've got that potential for counter fights as long as they survive. So they don't actually need to execute perfectly beyond their ganks, but they just need to live. If they live through Egg, Chrono, somehow, they can definitely just clean up afterwards. There's not much left in the tank once you blow those spells out.
Three, but let's just let the team kind of play it out, and does have the better draft in the end.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit curious. What did Lootbet give the odds for this game tree as?
I think. Very good question. Let me bring that up now. The XR, they are still the favorites, and that's been the same every single game we've had so far. GXR, they do start with the favorites every single time. Have been getting a little bit closer though as the games do go on. It has been closer and closer, but Galaxy Racer 1.7 to Omega's 2.
Yeah, I think a lot of that advantage stems from their most recent match in group stage. XR did win that 2-0, so there might be a bit of a weighing bias there. Just that recent result still in your dream.
got the time walk up. Eventually you... I mean, in the end, you've got the tag team down now.
You 13 mana, boy.
I do love that voice line.
Situation out of no situation.
Esports, it is quite hilarious.
Yeah, that's not the proper usage though in your dream. He's the one running away, right? So he shouldn't be asking them where they're going. Where's he going? Why you shouldn't be, you know, if you use that line, you should be fearless. Still, he loves that. Yeah. We'll see if he does manage to get more opportunity to do it. 3 rune start here for GXR. Feeling good already. Getting that gold advantage. Of course, Paulson might be in a bit of trouble here.
In a lot of trouble, John. He hasn't got Icarus Dive up right now. He just kind of has to abuse the Fire Spirits, but Sam H is doing the right thing by going for body blocks and making him use those Spirits up so they can get back to work. Tag team's also there in 4 seconds. But they won't have quite enough time to really get the tag team out again for Paulson. Nevertheless, though, I mean, he hasn't got a salve and he's only got 1 tango left. So this lane for the Phoenix already looking tough.
He's trying to ferry out a salve for himself, but it should be worried. Very long cooldown on those Fire Spirits. The harassment coming through from Shanks and Sam H be easy enough to, you know, kind of zone out a bit here. Of course, In Your Dream's not gonna be under too much of a threat. He's always got Time Walk. It is a long cooldown, but it takes a while for the damage to fly through from the Tusk and the LC. So IWD's just gonna be able to get off and kind of save himself every single time. Once Paulson hits level 3 with a value point in the Sunray, perhaps it's going to be even better with a regen that In Your Dream will get on hand.
Lane, you've got Alacrity there on the TA, up and get back on the Bristle, so you end up having mid-Bristle back. How much he's really going to be able to abuse. Alacrity is always going to have that refraction up, and naturally, of course, Alacrity does end up going for the early magic stick. Very valuable in back. What Mac can really blow Alacrity down, like secure your own farm quite nicely here. That's about all you're gonna do. It feels like Alacrity with this early meld strike is gonna be able to abuse Mac quite a bit.
Yeah, he's got that nice range advantage. Of course, Mac probably doesn't care too much as long as he can get some stacks with the Quilt Spray, but gotta be careful.
Eno just survived on 8 HP on the Wraith King, by the way, down the bot lane. And as I look away, Alacrity does get the first slot on the TA. Mac does end up going down. And John, would you mind explaining how that happened?
Yeah, he just got run down. He just went up, used Cold Spray, walked up the ramp, just like this, and then ended up having to walk this way for his water rune, died on the way. So you don't really want to do that. The range advantage from Alacrity is a bit much. It actually goes for the value point in meld as well. Gets more minus armor if it doesn't miss. And Mac has to be a bit cautious. He's forced to go for a 0-2-2 build. No goo, no slow, no kill opportunities. Alacrity is just going to be able to keep maintaining that control. And as a Bristleback, you can't really afford to drop too much in the early game. You're going to have to soak a lot of space to make up for it down the line.
Good Mac. Alacrity, he's chasing him down all the way. Get another meld strike up. Though that's the one thing, Alacrity, he's already boots, and once he has that up, Mac would have died had those brown boots been there already. This lane is going to become ever more difficult for this Bristle, it seems, even with the level 2 and the massive. That value point in the meld strike is really proved very effective already.
It's painful. That's exactly how he died last time, mind you. Exactly the same thing. I'll actually just ran him down. So, gotta watch that spacing there, Mac. He doesn't have too many stacks in the triangle either for recovery, and his supports don't have the space to get that done. They've even got the forward ward in the triangle camp anyway. So if there are stacks, Alacrity can clear them out, and he's off to a really good start. 17-3, slightly behind CS. A kill more than makes up for it. And Mac, he's just gonna have to go for the creep pull to equalize that lane. Still, that bot lane you were talking about a bit. Tino is holding steady. Mizu is applying some harassment. He's getting his farm up. But this is some really good micro from CML. And this is one of his specials. He loves the Enchantress. He all has throughout pretty much his entire Dota career. And with that nice Satyr Tormentor, he's got a nice bit of burst damage to threaten with.
They go. Mizu. I'm not sure what the idea there was.
Hadouken?
Not getting taken down. No Hadouken out. CML not willing to Hadouken blindly. What was Mizu thinking, John?
I don't know. he just kind of, he caught 2 hits from that Satyr Tormentor. That's a lot of damage. It's way too much to give out. So Mizu's got to be a bit more careful. He's not that tanky on this Darkseer just yet. Level 3, bottle up, nothing else. Tino, everyone keeps underestimating Mortal Strike damage. It is so strong. And it's on a cooldown, so you can always time your hit on it. You just need to be a little bit more cautious in that lane. Your lane partner as well, it's not like you have Clockwork Darkseer. You've got Lion, which is nice with a stun, but you don't really get to run and gun people too well. You don't have a nice frontliner in your support to help spread the damage around and help you get some burst off, so it's a bit more passive for the Darkseer there.
Lane Polison dropping quite low. Ring. Sam H, no lucky bash coming out for him. Mac stacks away here from Alacrity, and he might. Alacrity's going to run right back to the lane, not willing to waste time trying to contest Mac there. Instead, with the siege creep, he's going to try and push it tower. It's not actually such a bad idea. You can start pressuring that mid tier 1 and force him to back off on that bristleback.
You see him. Well, look at this, Jokam.
Jokam trying to run. Tornado was following him down, but it's a little bit. Eventually, he should be alright. As now Mizu's going to show up. CML still playing around here with the Darkseer. Even Alacrity's going to be there. CML trying to juke them out, but Alacrity comes in, gives them the meld strike. CML to sleep.
Jokam? Jokam? No, not like that, Jokam.
he died to the Satyr Tormentor.
He came back in. He came back in. He should have known. He saw it. CML.
Oh goodness. Shanks. More from Shanks. Alacrity side blades probably could still get him. He's going to look for it, but no, the neutral creep gets him beforehand.
Oh man.
I can't believe Jokam actually died like that. Like, ran right into the Satyr Tormentor as it was.
Yeah, that was definitely very questionable. But Jokam's had a bit of a rough run. He was stuck at level 2 for a long time. Just hit level 3. I mean, CML's a 5 and he's level 4. And that's just how much better Omega's bot lane has been going. It's so good that Tino can be left alone now. He's got level 6. No reincarnate, but he has a point ready to go. And this is the point where you can just do much more in the map. You know, you could try stacking around camps with your micro, soak down mid, get some EXP, opens up rotations up top. There is level 6 up on In Your Dream, but Sam H has his duel ready as well. You're not quite in position to go for a pick off for In Your Dream, so he's got to be a bit cautious. He's left behind with no supports here.
Be able to catch him out though. He does have the chrono if he needs defensively. Now it looks like Polison's going to stick around to try and defend, but Sam H, he'll get the duel off. That'll be the first duel victory of the game here for Sam H. Very easy setup onto Polison. You are In Your Dream, a nice chrono out, catches 2, but it'll go straight after the Enchantress kill. Alacrity got Mac meanwhile across the map. Alacrity just solo killed Mac again. That's...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We're 8 minutes into the game.
I repeat,
He's still running him down.
bottom tower is being subjected.
Mac has nowhere else to be. Like, he can't show top. I don't know why he doesn't just take bot lane with a Raid King up top. He needs to leave this TA lane. Alacrity is just doing too much damage. Level 2 side blades, level 2 meld up, max level refraction. He just spills over the damage all too well, and he can slow you down with the traps. So just need to see Mac commit in the bot. He does make his way down there. The Vanguard's almost up. That's going to help Mac more. He's still going to need a lot more items, of course, to really be a menace. Actually not sure what he'd want to go for next. He definitely just want more armor. Something with plate mail build up. Maybe a Lotus Orb out here. I don't know if you'd want to rush it. Does look like he will still opt for the usual Hood of Defiance with the Vanguards, just to mitigate the magic damage from the Phoenix Lion and Darkseer. You are seeing Mizu creep cut a bit. Does have a wall already, but with a chrono committed and with no egg up yet, it's kind of hard to look for that big team fight with the DS.
Ball slows down a little bit. Vac going to be off the mark though. Now surround is here. Mac's going to show up. Round tag team popped. Mizu has level 1 surge. Now Sam H is coming in. You really want to give him that duel over, and they will. A nice ensnare out from CML.
Tower is being subjected to extreme violence.
Mega, secondary duel there for Sam H. Been a bit of a tough game for them, but they do hold the net worth advantage.
Is under attack.
Yep, very slightly. And issue for GXR is that less than 1k gap is because Alacrity's soaking up all the sources of farm. In Your Dream's falling a bit behind. Mizu's really lagging behind. So this investment on Alacrity has to pay off. Dragonlance is up. The stats are great. Added range makes it easier for him to chase down heroes as well. So, you know, he's starting to feel strong. He is going Desolator this game and not the Blink Rush. It looks like he wants that BKB. So the same build-up as game 2, where the Blink came out much later. He's going to depend on his other allies to kind of set up for him, but there's still not much they can do about this. Like, this is a dead lane for the side of Omega unless they really commit a team fight for the defense.
One tower mid lane. Oh, Durkheim is being caught out. A nice shot set up with the duel is there. And Sam H will take another one as Joe Cam is the first to fall. Paulson, he still has the X to play with, but the Chrono, he dived right in your dream. What are you doing? Sam H is going to try and fight back. We'll try to run now as Alacrity has been caught out. What have they done? A nice vacuum. Is it going to matter? The wall's too late. Now Mizu's running by himself. He will drop to boot. And there's the tip out. I was wondering how long it was going to take. Oh, he dived right into the Chrono. Your dream. That's actually the perfect moment to spam the voice line shot. That was it. The egg, it's gonna pop. They're gonna try and fight again, but of course Omega, they're gonna run because there's no Chrono.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate for GXR. IYD didn't even get the tower. The Paulson died to just tower hits. Another Chrono. You rarely see that because, you know, it's always taken up there, but very hasty. First Chrono not quite panning out, and Omega feel great. All the farm is still hanging on Alacrity. In Your Dream is wasting time not farming up. He needs to stick to that jungle, and they're hitting their spikes here. Hood of Defiance and the Vanguard up on Mac. Tino with the armlet up. These guys are ready to fight if they need to, especially Mac. He just middle lane, hold steady. The burst damage coming through from TA and from the Lion, and all the magic damage as well, is not gonna hurt the Bristle back as much as it used to.
Radiant's bottom tower is being subjected to
Lane Omega gets work. Alacrity.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Seems to be the day for it.
Try and deal with Mac. Let's spike out. Sunray gonna be popped to boot. Have the press the attack there for Mac. He'll be just fine. You haven't got a jewel up, or rather a blink up yet on Sam H, but he does have the jewel. He can just kind of run in if he really wants. Got a bottom Alacrity, but they are going to lose CML, and now a snowball is in. They want the Lion first. Joe Cam, though, a nice hex out. Gets the finger on Mac. He is somehow still alive, but surely not for long. The stun is there. In Your Dream jumps in. They will get the Bristle, and now they get Tino. Sam H gonna try and run. They should have enough control for him this time around. Though apparently he does not get up one bash. This will tip In Your Dream. Like, bro, where's the bashes? What's going on?
Bit unfortunate there for Tino. He armlet toggled at the wrong time, and he has this hanging skill, but he did not go for Reincarnate. Now, he would have probably still died after, to be fair, but like a needless death there. GXR, they find a big mid-tier 1. They wrangle some map control back for themselves, lead back their way 1k. Still a lot of that on Alacrity, but In Your Dream has caught up, just barely behind Mac, managing to overtake Tino and Sam H. So it's looking good. It's starting to line up. Chrono is back up. Egg is back up as well. Want to force a big engagement. And now it's the side of Omega that needs to be a bit more cautious. Tino still needs a Radiance. He's been spending a lot more time fighting. They are going to try on mid again.
Sunray gonna burn him down quite fast, but Sam H is there with the press the attack to purge off the stuns. The vacuum is in, Egg is out. Chrono gonna protect the Egg. A very nice Chrono, in fact, gonna find both Sam H and Mac. This time, Sam H will be the one copy the tip. Paulson and In Your Dream will give it to him.
Oopsies.
Claiming it's an accident. I have a funny feeling it wasn't though, John.
No, it was quick enough. They typed out quick enough. I'll believe them. I'll trust them. Aegis does go their way as well. And very risky spot for them to contest. They were scouting out with the tornado creep, but does get taken out. So a 4K lead for GXR off the back of all of those fights. And they can do whatever the hell they want to now. They could just wait for the next Chrono Egg. They could keep building up on Alacrity. BKB still a ways off. But not much more they can do on the map unless they line up for the top tier 1. Tier 2s, it's still 50 minutes in. But with the physical damage you do have on Alacrity, definitely a possibility. If you shut the map out, Omega won't have room to farm. They need farm on Bristle, they need farm on a Raid King. Both of them want to clear out the jungle. Mac can't exactly just show up and shove a lane by himself. He's just not tanky enough. So options are limited here.
Mid lane, who they got there? It's going to be the Bristle. Mac having a very tough time already. Mac again going to save the day. Zah just not backing out of this mid lane quite yet, but have to leave eventually. And already got the tier 1 tower, so there's not really much to play for. Not Alacrity's still running in for that creep wave.
It's forcing Omega to clump up here. This is not efficient farm for them at all. Samh is kind of putting himself on the back foot. He's not really able to build up into the 7th Halberd. We need to see an Ag Shard on Samh as well. If once you get that mini spell immunity for Mac, the Bristle feels a lot better in the front line, so you're going to need to prioritize that on the LC. But for now, looks like the Helvin Halberd is going to come out for Samh and for Mac. So double Halberds to deal with the Void and the TA. Pretty nice to just ensure that no physical damage will fly. Or you kind of stagger them and just prevent one of them from making anything happen. That could just completely nullify the Chrono if In Your Dream doesn't catch both of these heroes in. And yeah, they just keep playing mid because this will force Mac to stay still. He's not out shoving a different wave, forcing a response out. He's the one that has to respond. And a reactive Bristleback is not good, not as good as a proactive Bristleback.
Mac being hexed up and done by Joe. Bot lane they go. GXR get to work with that Desolator now on Alacrity. Tank the creep wave, trying to protect the seat. Be about enough. Shocked to see that the Mac hasn't bothered trying to go for the Ag Intercept yet either. But it is fairly early, mind you, but he hasn't really queued up. The Ag is going to have a lot of value.
I think in this case, it's not as much as most scenarios. I don't mind the Halberd as much because he does need a way of mitigating some of that damage from the TA. So the disarm's great for the TA and Void. The evasion's really good against the TA and the Void as well. And that should just boost the presence of Mac. Like, if you went Ags, the stats are there. Sure, you could spam your Nasal Goo, but we see how fast he dies for a Bristle. I don't think he's going to get enough value from the stacks flying through to make up for how fast he's dying.
In fact, they appear
Alacrity. Mac. Mac just going to turn his back. Earth Spike is there. Press the attack. Going to keep him safe.
Must I repeat myself?
Oh, they decided GXR, they really want to move in. Big back wall, we'll get the back, but where's the wall?
No,
I guess he was hoping for In Your Dream to Chrono.
He's too far behind. Like, he surged in, Mizu was way far forward, they couldn't get the combo, so the eggs wasted, but he still found a tier 2. So GXR still feels happy, bot lane's under their control. You still have some good wards here from Omega to watch the area, but they do take the outpost. XP per minute taken out for Smart Omega feels pretty bad. They're kind of lagging behind in that department, and this is where their lineup's really showing its weakness. They don't have team fight. All they have is ganks and survivability. So the key thing is get that farm up and running enough that you live through the wombo combo of GXR and just prolong those fights. In a fight of attrition, Bristleback will win out. They just don't have the opportunity to do that. FK up, blink up on Jokam. We've seen what he can do on that line with the blink up. They can just look to set up. The Aegis, though, is about to expire in about 15 seconds, so you're not going to have that second life for Alacrity. Doesn't feel like he really needs it, and look at Alacrity's build-up. He's already going for an MKB to deal with whatever sources of evasion does come out in the end.
I mean, there's going to be Radiance up on. Makes enough sense. But like you pointed out earlier, there for Alacrity. Mega. Still not ready to fight. Obviously, keep the farm up. Perhaps with the Radiance team back, but I wouldn't quite recommend it yet. Seems like GXR are the ones that are quite desperate to start on the team. Haven't found the opening yet. Mega, they are being just so defensive. With their farming patterns just showing at all. Avoided.
Yeah, it is kind of limiting their movement though, and GXR can kind of triangulate from there. They've got the smoke. Chrono's back up with Egg. They can commit.
And Tino, the main target. Shanks is going to break the smoke. Tino really has no way out of this. But in your dream, he's going to focus on the task while they go after the Wraith King on the other side. Ball is dropped with the Egg, and they should be able to protect the massive Chrono. Out onto 3. They ran right into it. In your dream, will say thank you very much. As Sam H gets tipped again. Mac is being chased down. Alacrity looks like he probably won't have the damage output, but maybe in your time walk in for a bash. Won't be able to, but it won't matter. They got what they wanted. They got the big kills. They got the team on top tower. Time to back off.
Just clean plays from GXR. They find pretty much all the cores they'd want to. They're slowing down Tino. He can't really build up golden advantage. He hasn't been able to maximize his radiance in the fight as well. So it's a good show. Sorry. You're probably going to be eyeing the next rush before they commit towards tier 2s into the high ground. But they've got a lot of room on the map. They've got complete control in their own jungle. They are just bullying out Omega. They never feel safe in the lanes. They need so much more time to get the Bristle and Wraith King up and running. Heck, even Sam H is really lagging behind here. Behind Mizu now at 7.7k. Still trying to finish up the Halberd into that Ag Shard. They really need the Ag Shard. As long as you can protect the Wraith King or the Bristle, it feels a lot better because, again, they just want to live and do damage. As these fights prolong, these heroes excel at doing tons more damage as they live. So, just need to see that come out from Sam H, which means that we need more time to stall, and Omega's map space is just shrinking a bit too much to get that done.
Spotted here by Shanks. Lead to much though. Shanks can't really do it by himself. Omega
Brace yourself.
play the farming game, but 8k behind. He goes quite as far as saying that they have the better draft either. I think even though you've got that Wraith King, he just doesn't survive long enough for it to matter for in your. Keep it up, Omega. They'll keep trying to just farming, but I'm wondering at what point they'll feel confident enough to try and actually start a fight themselves. Like, it just feels like such a while off. Maybe when Tino's got the Heaven's Halberd up as well, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be.
Maybe not. I mean, at that point, you'll probably see the full MKB on Alacrity. What they need to do is, if they want to fight, they have to fight after they see the Chrono Egg already dropped. And, you know, immediately after they can force a fight. But they just don't do that. After they lose a fight, they go back and farm. It's not really what you want. You want to jump in while they don't have those team fight tools. That's when you can punish. And if you just kind of play to this, you're playing to GXR's pace. This is exactly what they want. They're just starving you out. 9k lead, 10 to 12 at 24 minutes in. And there's just no sign of relief yet for Omega. Their itemization still progressing really slow. I like what I'm seeing on Mac. He is going for something with plate mail, so it is the Lotus Orb coming through. Just more armor to tank through the TA hits. This is going to help them in a big way, and you could even maybe reflect back some hexes, reflect back the earth spikes if you're lucky, and work from there. For GXR's end, they've had this one for a while, but Mizu with the Ags, of course, Iron Shell providing that much HP is pretty sick. So it's just that much harder to burst down any of the heroes on GXR, and it just makes it harder for Omega to find angles. Like, even Paulson's got enough farm that he's got casual, and that's just, you know, one of those things you love here.
Spot there for Mizu and to TP back to the outpost. The Roshan is happening. And it's a hard Roshan to try and contest here for Omega. They're gonna try. How do you start the team fight? Let's find out. The mana drain is there onto Mac. Mizu will just be even more annoying, and that Roshan's still dropping quite low. But in your dream, he jumped down onto the task. Now the Roshan's kind of exposed. Chrono down though. He's got everyone, including his whole team. He will take the Roshan, but the Aegis, it's still on the deck. Alacrity picks it up instead. They will take down Sam H. CML's gone. Mac's gone. And now Tino's gone.
It was a bit awkward in the pit. Omega forced the issue. They just don't have great team fight control. And that's it. Like, they knew Egg and Chrono were up. They still forced their bodies in. They needed to find a kill in the back line first. They couldn't do it. And with Aegis up, they're just going to go high ground. There is nothing to stop this lineup for GXR. What Omega needed is to hold on a lot longer. And once they start losing some racks, if it does happen, in your dream just showing off his shard, but once they do start to drop these racks, I don't know how you bounce back on such heavy farm heroes here.
I'm gonna try and delay it. Such a hard ask to really delay this racks being taken. Alacrity, just get rid of CML. There goes your mid racks. Alacrity still going in after Mac. Strikes don't quite hurt as much as they used to, but can't underestimate the minus armor that's flying out here from Alacrity. Go again in your dream. He's got the rewind button now. It's rewind time. Why the hell not? Mac keeps rewinding forward, rewinding backwards.
IYD.
Who thought of this? Who thought this was balanced? Back wall is there. They've got 3. Chrono's not up though. It won't really matter. It's just a kind of a zoning wall. who thought that was balanced? Snowball forward. Shank's gonna try and screw himself over. A nice earth spike out. That will lock them both down. Tino's gonna run. He cannot fight this, but he's lost his first life. In your dream will turn around, back onto the Raid King, get to work, they say. He will have that temporary BKB, but now a massive back out with the Earth Spike, just locking them all in. This could be it. They've got no putbacks left. They call it. They have had enough. There you go. After dropping game 1, we're able to turn it right back around and get the 2-1 victory. They will proceed through to the lower bracket round of 3.
Yeah, they played spectacularly.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
Mm-hmm.
Dire team pick.
Mm-hmm.
League's assassin.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep. ISP issues for Play Hard. You know.
Dire team pick.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I forgot to flip it on. Yeah, apparently, I think Neon might not be at the team house anymore because obviously, if they were, they wouldn't have a specific one-person ISP issue. So I'm assuming Play Hard is back with me here in my hometown. We're from the same city, so I don't blame him. My internet's been a bit spotty as well. Hopefully, it recovers, and hopefully enough, this added stress won't bother Skem too much. Like, apparently he's in the recovery process from a medical condition, so this is a bit rocky, but we'll see if Neon can hold on. We do have our initial picks, and have to point out, Broodmother was banned. So this does signal that perhaps we will have Raging on to pause 3, Scam going back to 4 to take over from Play Hard for now. And of course, because Scam's not playing off lane, they can't really opt for that Broodmother they've always enjoyed picking, and you can't leave it up against Lilgun, so they have to shake up that draft compared to yesterday. Start with the Nyx, stable sort of pause 4, pause 5 to have on hand. That's why Carapace is always good, counteracts potential pucks or mobile heroes down the line. For Lilgun, they've got the Grimstroke Tiny combo, which is pretty strong. Like, you know, maybe Core Tiny here, still possibly a pause 4 Tiny, pause 5 Grim, but I'm leaning more towards perhaps a mid Tiny coming through. If not safe lane, you've got a lot of aggression that can come out with Grimstroke Tiny as well. Just a lot of burst potential, good Inkswall target as well, once Tiny has his blink up. So there's a lot of fast aggression that can come out from Lilgun. OB Neon have to be pretty ready for that with their own lineup. Nyx is a good response. The AA comes through as well. So they've got that pseudo-global strat, right? We've seen a lot of Nyx and AA in particular together. Vendetta, run around, have a mobile mid, get the stun off, get the damage off, have the follow-up Ice Blast, and you can find kills all across the map with just those 2 heroes +1.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, it's really open. Like, we could still see CTM take that role instead, but I think he, you know, considering that medical condition, he might want to, you know, relieve himself of at least the mechanical stress, the stress of having to make these decisions, and just guide his team instead. So we'll see. Nyx and AA in particular don't also reveal that. I don't recall seeing Scam play either of these heroes all too often on his support. Maybe the Nyx on the 4. every now and again. So we'll see if Lilgun can read that. See the further bans, take out the PL, take out the Faceless Void from Lilgun's end. And for Neon, they take care of that big Lycan that Lilgun love. So a lot of those big tools Lilgun tend to go back to isn't there now. There is a bit of a way they can come in here. They could still try Husker Oracle. They've got room for that. That would make your Tiny a core. Maybe on mid, Husker safe lane, but that's one of those pocket picks as well that Lilgun loves. We'll see if they're planning to go left field with the draft or looking like they might just make a more standard draft for themselves here.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, pick.
Wraith King.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You could kind of plan your safe lane versus safe lane matchup. If you go off lane now, it could be really nice because you're not giving them the opportunity to just counterpick yet. So you could try to, I don't know, get something that can bully out the Raid King. You've got the options for Tidehunter here. You've got the options for Centaur as well. It hasn't been banned out, although we haven't seen as much of that hero. So you can kind of open up your draft a bit more. Going for Natsumi's hero could be a bit rough because you've already got your 2 supports locked in, so you kind of need to compensate. They go with the Centaur. Very safe pickup. Stampede holds its own against the Wraith King quite nicely. You've got combinations with the Nyx, double stuns in play, or if you go with the AA4, you can kind of play with a Cold Feet plus stun combination and amp up some of that damage with the Ice Vortex as well. So a lot going on here for Neon. Still very open. Still not sure if it's CTM on that, but I'd guess that's Raging Potato's hero now. So he will be on the offlane role. It's been a while since we've watched Raging Potato as well. A very long time since we've seen him in Lilgun go into the LC themselves. So LC plus Raid King back. Double duel potentially coming true. Another really good Inkswell target, of course, for the Grimstrike to play with. And they could play with Toss on the LC to get that initiation going for themselves. So this is here for Lilgun. Makes you wonder about that Tiny. With this LC pickup, kind of makes you think that the Tiny's a support so that they can pocket their mid pickup last, but that flexibility still sort of stands for Lilgun.
Radiant team banned.
Warrior.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
Yep, they don't have the best supports to deal with Ursa, especially once level 6 is up, so you're going to have to play real quick. And they go with the Invoker to close out with for OB Neon. So Yopaj Invoker, it's been a while since we've seen him pull that out. I'd say a year. I'd say maybe Pro Series 2, Pro Series 1. It's been a while. It's not something they dip into. Usually, I think they've done it a couple of times with Scam Void on safe lane. So, you know, it's that natural combo with Chrono, but it's been a long time since they've done that. So we'll see what Yopaj pulls out. You don't have the most straightforward combos for the Invoker in this case. So Cataclysm, you don't have the best setup. You do have pretty good pick-off potential across the map with your AA and Nyx. So now you can play with Vendetta, Ice Blast, and Sunstrike and find kills that way. That could ramp up Yopaj quite nicely if they find the opportunity to. And the big one is pretty much alacritying the Ursa. So you've got a big hitter, just pump him up with more damage. Makes it really hard for Lilgun. Lilgun close out with a Riki though. Riki versus Invoker lane down mid. That sounds very good for Sanctity. We've seen that be really tough for most Invokers. So we'll see if Sanctity can apply that pressure onto Yopaj here.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That one's a bit hard to call. Their team fight is both sides have really awkward team fight. They don't have the hardest lockdown each. I think I'm gonna give the edge towards Obi Neon. Like you talked about the ways the Riki can handle, say, the Ursa and Invoker. The smoke screen's especially annoying, but I think the key thing for Neon is as long as it's not the Centaur being jumped, and it's likely not the Centaur, if he can get the Stampede off to pull his heroes out, or at least give them the opportunity to run, smoke screen's not going to feel too bad. Like the control on Lilgun, maybe the Soulbind makes it hard to split up, but as long as you coordinate and move as a team, it shouldn't be too tough. For Lilgun's part, they've got 3 melee heroes, which means that you're not really going to be able to kite the Ursa from the course. It's down to really Ace, make it hellish for Natsumi and running around there. And once you have the BKB on Natsumi, it's going to feel a lot smoother on the Ursa if he opts for it. We don't really tend to see Ursa BKBs too often because of his Enrage and Ag Shard. A lot of people bypass it. So we'll have to see. I'm going to lean towards Neon just a bit more because of the Centaur for the most part. But I don't think it's that much of a draft advantage for Neon here.
Neither can you do or the side of OB Neon. Let's see how it all does pan out. Would have a quick gap at the betting odds for game 1. See what's going on here with the bet. It's like the odds are heavily favoring L. Definitely a good side of them. Looks like they leave OB Neon here in this game. See if it does work out for him.
Yep, I think it's fair. Like, Obi Neon's won the past 2 series they've played up against Lilgun. They played once in the group stage of BTS Pro Series, Lootbet Pro Series 6. That ended up 2-0. In the DPC, it was 2-0 as well. So, on paper, Obi Neon knows what to do against Lilgun. They take care of all those cheese picks. They even banned out the Nico last. And this means that Lilgun has to play more standard draft. Now the Riki mid is, you know, it's not exactly out of meta, but it's not very common, so it's still sort of left field for the side of Lilgun, but it's not one of those pocket picks that can really throw you off in the draft, and I think that's where Lilgun really shines, but they can still pull this off. I mean, this is the team that upset TNC somehow, so we'll see if that's the Lilgun we get today.
Yeah, find out. There's definitely a lot of talent side of Lilgun, but it's kind of like in your dream said earlier on in that interview, a lot of cheesing going on with this team. You know, there's nothing wrong with a bit of cheese, John. As an Australian, that's generally how our teams do it. Kind of cheese every game whenever we are relevant. Quite a while, mine 10 years ago.
Oh, look at Ishki. Aw, nothing cheeky.
Might still try, you never know. They could cut him off. Ace 12's around as well, so they might go for the attempt the first. Tough still the pass back Januel into the loving arms of Ace. Stroke a fade out, maybe they do have him up. The right clicks of him are gonna hurt quite a bit, but Januel, he does get in the back line of that tree. He'll be alright. He'll survive. Quite low in terms of HP though, and have the most amount of regen on him right. In fact, Hishki, he's gonna stick around. He'll go for the creep wave pull away. You have your Page disconnect.
Yeah, just internet issues abound. I don't know, it's been a weird day for internet, for me in particular, so I can kind of get why there's some issues, especially with Play Hard being from the same city. If he's actually here, I don't even know if you can travel. Still, lane matchup so far, I mean, it's a lot of space for Natsumi, right? The one-on-one for LC versus Ursa is not fun for the LC. You can play around with the overwhelming odds. Natsumi actually starts with the Fury swipes, so if Marvel comes too close for the last hits, you get a couple of swipes up, you're not going to win the trades. And as the levels go up here for Natsumi, once he gets a value point on the Earth Shock for the slow, along with the Empower coming through, once he hits around level 4 or so, it can be a bit scary. So Marvel needs Tiny to just get the EXP this way, try to stabilize the lane, hit that level 2, level 3 spike for the Tiny. That's when it becomes a little bit more manageable, but you're really going to have to try and dig deep to reach for John Yuel or Natsumi. Like, I don't even think you want to commit fully for Natsumi. You might just want to go for John Yuel every single time and kind of punish him for not having too much regen here.
Then you've also got Page there up. We did kind of go over this in the draft, but you'd imagine Sanctity might have a small thing in. You're a melee core on the Ricky. Base damage not too bad either, and you can dodge a lot of the spells with the trade here. Page might have quite a bit of difficulty trying to those spells. Can essentially purge them off with tricks to trade. Get the tornado, but that was really only to secure. Sanctity should be just fine in this lane.
Yep, it's not going to be too tough. We've seen Rickies take control of this lane as soon as they hit their level 3, level 4 spikes. It's a lot more passive for the Invoker unless a support rotation comes in, which we don't tend to see too often nowadays. Maybe by the 6-minute mark, that's when you can expect some relief. Of course, the one thing with Ricky in this lane is that it's not a natural bottle carrier, so you're not going to get full value from that. Upaj is going to have some more to play with, although looks like he's not going to opt either. Should still hold steady, and right now it's going fairly evenly. One last hit ahead for Sanctity, but we can check back in down the line. Up top, you've got Raging Potato on the Centaur and CTM on the Nyx. They're laning up against Ace and the X123 on the Raid King and Grimstroke, and this is a bit easier to manage for Lilgun. Dual melee lane up against a Grimstroke means that it's hard for them to fully commit, but once they do, they've got chain stuns themselves. The issue is, you run up to the Raid King, he's always got the save in the form of the Inkswell from Ace, so you can't really look for the kill off that you'd want. It's probably just going to boil down to a bit of a farming lane, and in that sense, Raging's having a better time. 12-1, not too far behind for X123, but the lane is starting to shove a bit into the way of Neon here.
So far for OB Neon, I'd say. Gonna have to try and find their footing. 1, 2, 3. He's having a decent enough time though on that. Alright, just a very slow start. Teams. You've got to try and just secure some farm. I'm kind of wondering what Lilgun's going to do about Natsumi. Like, you've got the Ursa. You can't really harass him out. Every time Marbles get close, he's just going to pop those Fury. Part of the answer is he's going to have to keep going for these large cap, and I'm surprised he actually was able to get that off, as like Januel went for a bit of a pull own. Now a bit of a fight breaking out as Natsumi turn around now, back on a Marvel. This is going to be a lot of damage, but the avalanche from his... They can't really keep the Nyx up too far, but they're going to keep going. Marvel, one more hit might do it, and they're timing. He blocks the way with the tree. It'll be alright.
I don't know if this is better or worse for Marvel. He's going to have to invest in the salve. Flying out, it's getting delayed phase boots, which is a lot of right-click damage and mobility for the LC kind of taken off. Hishki, with his low impact Tiny, just by nature of the lane, means that he's not getting as much EXP as he'd like as well, and just having to bleed that space over to his LC. Does manage to snag the water rune at the least. Sanctity did take the top one, so kind of taking away some resources from Yapaj, but with Wex and Quas up, you really don't care too much about that.
Lane, the first blood does occur. Marvel end up going down, and this is probably going to happen a lot. Hishki, if he leaves the lane for a second, they're going to go for the dive immediately. With the AA there, with the close for Natsumi, he's going to have a very easy easing down the L's, keeping up the damage.
Yeah, it's really hard to kind of counteract it. You're also seeing aggression top. He tried to play the combo, but
very nice impale in from Scant to set up, and double edge not going to quite be enough. X123 surviving on 11 HP. You're right though, as Natsumi now is the one in trouble down at the bot lane, but they want to finish off. Genuel, a good pos 5 does bring over salve to Natsumi. Hell, even gives him a tango just in.
Just keeping Natsumi safe. This is giving Marvel a little bit more to play with, but he's alone.
He's overextended. Gonna press the attack to try and run, and that might be enough. Natsumi looks like he wants to keep going with these phase boots, and they do have the Ice Vortex again. Also have the slam up. Marvel gonna try and run, but here goes the dive. And this time around, Marvel did not have a tree to place. Second kill of the game already for Natsumi. It's top lane. Pash makes the rotation up, does get X123. Now they'll go for the dive onto Ace 12. Try with the Inkspell. Not going to connect on Rage Potato. Pash, he's going to come back in now. Trying to snipe out this Grimstroke of Sanctity. Also will rotate, but the Ghost Walk is there, but no. They had an entry placed just in case. Very nice kill there onto your Page. Mid Invoker. Great for Sanctity.
That's a big one to take. They needed some activity on the map. Rotation pays off for Sanctity, and that's going to help him accelerate to the... ooh.
AG also getting caught out. Hishki heading up there with the Avalanche toss. Thankfully, he'll take another kill for himself. Daniel. At least he's still supporting your Page. It's good to see.
Yeah, I love that for John Yuel specifically. He's using his face as his emote every single time. You know it's him. John Yuel.
Nice Tornado EMP. Sanctity. Try and back off as they'll go on to Hishki then with the cold snap out. Do they have the damage? It doesn't quite look like it. Gonna back off, but he'll have to run all the way back to the fountain to get a that tiny off the map for a bit. Pose for Obi Neon. As long as Natsumi's farming like this, regardless of whatever happens, whatever else happens to the map, you're still...
Yep, for sure. It's really interesting. Natsumi's also going for the Diffusal build Ursa. So again, just looking for that initial aggression, initial control, burn through, say, the Raid King's mana early on, and before 20 minutes, it's going to feel terrible for X123. Not having that second life takes away a lot of his early presence, and will allow Obi Neon to have Natsumi join in earlier. Of course, they are trying to get space out. They're building up Sanctity's Diffusal wells, and John, you will.
Probable Stroke of Fate does connect. Yapage going to try and tank through some of the tricks of the trade, but he thinks better of it in the end. Just walked out of there and let's it by himself. This mid Ricky, again, it's going to be a bit of an issue here for Sanctity. Seems like he's had a very good start. Transition that into the mid game and be a real powerhouse. Pretty standard. He's going for the blade. He's going to want to fight with his team. I think it will be very effective. Is now raging. A nice impaling from CTM. Once again onto two heroes. EMP will drain the mana, and the Stampede will allow them to keep the chase, but Marvel is right behind to get the duel off onto Raging Potato. They do not have the damage to win out the duel, but it won't matter. They'll save the Tiny, they'll get the Centaur kill. It ends up being a better trade for the side of Lilgun.
Feels good for them to find a kill. They don't find the dual win because X123 didn't go for a value point in Mortal Strike. He opted for a Raid Fire Blast at level 2, going for a 2-3-0 build, and... oh.
Yeah, now going to be in a bit of danger, but Tornado is going to land on to you. Punch, he'll drain the mana of Hishki. Cold Snap. Pretty worn off, so Sanctity is going to come in and try and help out this Tiny. Yapage still trying to fight. We'll go after the Ricky now. Natsumi. He makes a rotation in, which is very unexpected from the Ursa. But obviously it's quite a valuable rotation made by this
Yeah, and your Paj, he's still looking to go. Just goes forms up. No sentries down here. Marvel.
I'll see. No Stampede up to break the gap. They have the cold stuff to set up. Marvel will purge it off though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Having quite a difficult
cause for celebration.
start of this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kind of won't leave him alone, and
Radiant's bottom tower is
now Lilgun. They're going to try and pressure the mid lane, try and force them back. Yopaj will indeed come back. Nato off onto Sanctity is now an impel their CTM. The good old drive-by. He steals the double damage through now with the Spike Carapace. He's going to try and run. He might just make it out. The Inkto's not going to be enough. The Stampede will allow him to run out of there just fine as Yopaj now. He's going to get some damage off. Won't be able to.
Radiant's courier has
God, I love CTM.
Oh, yeah.
Just the little plays he does across the map. It just makes you smile.
Yeah, he takes that away. Takes away a kill opportunity from Lilgun. They're kind of forced to be all over the map as well. And that means they're not contesting Natsumi. They can't really deal with Ursa. At the same time, X123 is getting free space though. But they are applying pressure on that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they got the earn up on Yopaj, so now he can really just kind of stun lock someone with the cold snap. That's exactly what they did to Hish. Again, well, while this is happening, got X123 farming just fine on the Wraith King. Natsumi might be a bigger issue. Farming quite a bit better on the Ursa. He's almost known Diffusal Blade up.
Is under attack.
OB Neon. He down the Wraith King. They'll get the Cold Snap, the Ice Blast, the EMP, drain all his mana, take him out. You'd have Reincarnate, but without mana, you can't really use mid lane. Trying to make the jump in on Natsumi with the Inkswell. They'll go back in now with the Silent Sound. Hishki in the best avalanche. The toss is there though. They will get the Ursa, but at what cost? They'll lose the Sanctity on the Riki. Now Hishki is going to go for a run, but eventually be poured out with the tornado of Yopaj right off the Tiny. CTM will eventually have a nice impel to throw, but a nice toss back. But there's your Spike Carapace there to lock down the Tiny, and eventually the impale will land as Marvel now will try to go for a duel. Does he have the damage? No, the Deafening Blast going to save the day. CTM, he's going to go for a run with the Vendetta. He'll turn around now, just waiting for the right moment. Back onto Marvel, and that'll be a triple kill out for Yopaj. Janual lets them know about it.
Radiant's top tower is
unfortunate stuff for Lilgun.
Yeah, they overcommit for that fight. They tried to dive in. They just didn't have enough damage. They need this farm to come out in Sanctity. And this is the one thing I don't like with Diffusal Rush Riki. You're not going for cheap Wraith Bands. You're not going for an Orb of Corrosion. You don't do enough damage by yourself. Like, if you had 2 Wraith Bands plus Orb of Corrosion, Sanctity might have found 1 or 2 of those kills they missed out on, but now he has to wait for all of this gold to come in, so it's a little bit more time to wait for, and that just means that Lilgun has to be a bit more passive right now. They need to line up their shots as well with his duel. No wins for Marvel hurts. Like, you sure, a duel, it's more like a bonus, like the damage is like a bonus, but it helps you not have to have farm to do damage. It helps you not have to have farm to, you know, get some damage off onto those big cores, get some control off yourself.
Yeah, pace the Knicks down, but yeah, he's proved very difficult to catch. Naturally, Knicks assassin's already quite hard, but made it basically impossible off. Not enough time now that Natsumi does have the defuse. Might be about that time for OB Need. Maybe Smoke trying to make a play with this. They even have the blink coming out on Raging Potato now. So it definitely feels like it's time to make a move here for OB Neon.
It's actually really fast the timings in Raging Potato, and this is the one thing that we used to see from him when he actually used to play offlane for Neon. His Centaur would always hit that Vanguard blink timing, and now it's where it gets scary. He's got the control to jump in. They've bought the space out for Natsumi to solo the Roche a bit. He's a bit vulnerable though. Sanctity could spot him out.
Yeah, but CTM's there with the Sentry Ward, and they found him. Stampede pop just in case. Marvel now going to show up, trying to kill off Natsumi with the overwhelming odds, but not enough. They'll heal him up, they'll bring him back into the Roshan pit. Be a nice Aegis.
There appears to be some
Natsumi Zurasa.
at work.
Gun. Draft. Couldn't really afford to fall behind, especially in terms of tempo, but that is exactly what's happening. That Ace 12. Find out the hard way that the defuse blade is up, but they'll try to turn, but there's the impel out. It doesn't quite land, but they have the hoof stop with the ice blast. Marvel in big danger as Natsumi. He just wanted to support Grimstroke, but he'll get something even better. In fact, he might still get the support Grimstroke. Ace, he's gonna get perched up. There's the rage out. Natsumi, he's not gonna go all the way. In fact, Chiski's here now, and he'll get the Aegis off him. Rage gonna blink in with the stun out onto the Tiny. They will punish Hishi. Back now CTM, he wants Ace 12. The Sunstrike won't land. The Impale will, however, and Natsumi will still be able to get another kill.
Oh man, that's a lot of value for the Aegis. Sure, you drop it early, but a lot of kills going out for Natsumi. Really working that aggression out with the Diffusal Blade. You can't deal with the inhibit. It's so easy to cast, pretty long range at 600. Oh, CTM though.
Are they going to be able to kill him? Gonna hide in the fog. Oh, now Natsumi's here. Oh, Sanctity. He just wanted to kill. The tricks of the trade. He's on the low ground though, Natsumi. He's not going to realize it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, had Natsumi realized, that would have been another kill onto Sanctity, but it was not to be. DTM though, John, man himself, still has 0 deaths, 0 kills and 9 assists. They can't kill him yet.
I mean, it's in its name, right? Can't touch me.
Right, here you go. Duel out, they've caught Januel, they might be able to find the AA, who's stopped not there in time. The silence came in, Yapan's gonna join the team fight, Ace 12 already gone to Natsumi. X123 even joining as well, but is this gonna be enough? Hey, that's my voice line by the way. 123, gonna try and run. Ishki is in trouble again on the Tiny, and he will drop. CTM. Not Vision. Sanctity's gonna try and turn, Vendetta Strike will still land. Can they this man? Not quite. Spike Carapace there setting up once again. X123, why would you even try to kill CTM? It will cost them his life. Yeah, shout out to Paj, by the way, John. Voice line.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, I did tell Neon last time around to spam it while we're casting just to annoy you. So, to know that your Paj is the one spamming them. Not as frequent as I'd want, but it's there. But I don't, yeah, you're right. You look at CTM, why do they bother? Like, you can't touch him. You just can't. They keep forcing the issue out. He's got 2 fluffy hats. He's got a lot of good HP on hand. 4 staff almost up to help them with their Ricky issue. 16-6 now for Neon's side, as the map is shrinking way too small here to sustain Lilgun's need of farm. They're trying to build up on Sanctity, they're trying to build up on X123. There's just not enough space to get that. Like, this Ricky needs so much more because he went to Fuge. They're trying to go into the Ag Shard for the Sleeping Dart, which can help them set up and can be really annoying. Into the Manta style. You really might have actually preferred just going Wraith Band and Orb of Corrosion. Like, at least you'll do some damage and then build into this Diffusal.
Go, X123. Hopefully realizes something's wrong, and he does. Many heroes missing off the map for his... Maybe not. He's going to run back in for the creep wave, but they immediately will punish. He had the right idea, but he went back. He got a little bit greedy, but he does still have the reincarnate. In fact, the jaw's out, but Hoopstop is going to save the day from Raging Potato into the Stampede. This is a real mess at this bot lane, but it's a great kind of mess for OB Neon as they get to work onto Marvel. They'll find the LC. Natsumi still just man-fighting Sanctity. He's going to back off. In fact, maybe now they can go back in, stun out, but the Hoopstop Raging Potato going to stop them in their tracks with a tornado out as well. X123 just can't get close. EMP not going to quite land. CTM back in. He'll get the impale off. They'll find a secondary life. Sanctity's going to try something sneaky though. Wanted to see if he could snipe Natsumi. Realizes Natsumi is healthy. Back towards the north. Raging Potato, he's not done. He wants Ace 12 and he's going to be able to get him.
Radiant's top tower is under
Oh
attack.
man.
Dyer's bottom tower.
Sanctity?
They know
Oh,
he's
no.
Sentry down, Sanctity. He got spotted for a second.
Here, Radiant's top tower is under attack. I don't mean to be. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh goodness me. This is rough for Lilgun. Like, I saw CTM again. He was up front. He had maybe 100 HP. X123 wanted that kill. Threw out the Great Fire Blast and then Spike Carapace. He just doesn't die. He just can't
Has he
die.
really got an injury? Has he really got an injury? The man's on crutches. They still can't catch him.
Wait. This is perfect. CTM is 0-0-12. 12 assists, no kills. Can he keep that? The 0-0-12. The 0-0 whatever. Just no deaths, no actual kills. I want to see CTM do it. Come on.
John, X123 is being stalked once again. No sentries to scout this tail. It's gonna land. Your pass, she'll get to work, but a nice apple toss might just save the day. X123, he'll turn around with a stun. Hishki, he's gonna try and back. Everyone's running from TTM. Nobody wants to bother with him. Natsumi, he'll get the job done with the Hishki. They want Yapaj, but they will not be able to get him because CTM's there with the Impale. Tricks the trade out. It's not gonna be enough, Natsumi. He'll get a double kill, and then just can't kill anyone. Nobody's dying on OB Neon. Everyone's just fine.
Yeah, and it goes on, Mike. 0-0-14. Have you ever seen that? No deaths and no kills, but 1,000,000 assists? Like, this is the first time I've ever seen this. Not a kill. 14 assists. That is a score you're never gonna see. That is not something you'll ever see again. It's worth a goodness. And,
Impressive.
well, what's not impressive is the progress for Lilgun. Marvel?
All right, but no, he's not. Natsumi's here. Bye-bye, Marvel.
Oh boy. They don't really have a map to play right now on Lilgun, and they still need to farm up on Raid King and on Ricky. They're way too far behind. And this is one thing with Ricky as well. Once you're behind, because you don't tend to go Battle Fury, catch-up farm is near impossible. So basically all that farm is going to X123.
He's gonna spy out CTM time. Impel doesn't land. Sanctity's in, but the force stops up. He's out of there. Instead, they'll call after Raging Potato. Sanctity back in, but CTM, he's got the essence ring. Have they got him? They have got him this time around. They finally get the kill, but Sanctity is gonna probably go down for this as the hoof stomp won't land from Raging, but it won't matter because they've got something even better. They've got a tornado into the Sunstrike, but it won't even be necessary. As now Marvel, he needs some help, but the Avengers probably couldn't even help him right now. In fact, he will just run for his life.
Oh,
Hishki,
man.
and you will. He's chasing him on 9 HP, John. Hishki will get the toss back. Jeff Hutch gives him the tip. Hishki gonna die eventually. just chasing him on 9 HP.
I love Januel. What a madman. You know, Mike, that wasn't worth it. I'd say I'm saying it here. It wasn't worth it because CTM died. His score is gone. It's not a perfect game with all assists. It's ruined. We're not seeing history happen. It's just another game here, Mike.
X123, Natsumi. Fought out, disarm is there, but it probably won't matter. Soulbind, double silence might help out a bit, but X123 still probably going to drop. He does have the reincarnate though, so he's got a secondary chance at life. Marvel, he's already lost all his mana. Natsumi back at work. CTM a great impale out. The Avalanche isn't going to do enough. They're all stacked up, but they're still fighting as the duel comes out. But this is not going to favor Marvel at all. Raging Potato, he'll take the damage. They're trying to go after Yapaj. Natsumi though, he's got ace 12. Sanctity, he's still trying his best to just kill off this darn Invoker, but they can't get it done. CTM now showing up again. Cold Feet gonna be perched off Marvel. He's back in. He just brought back for this team fight. X123, he's not fight anymore. Meanwhile, Sanctity still trying to run away, does go down to the Ice Blast. Now Marvel needs to run again. X123, he's gonna drop and the dive back. Coming out for this LC as he has nowhere to run. See you later, Marvel, and see you later, Lilgun. They call the GG and OB Neon. What a performance out. What a fun game to watch.
Oh goodness, Neon.
Obi Neal's got some explaining to do. How is Skem injured? How is he injured?
Dire team pick.
How can I? I'm stuck here. I haven't left home in months. In a year. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's actually something we do culturally in the Philippines. Like, if you're having a meal, you know, someone walks by, like, and you're in the office, you invite them to eat. It's like almost like a greeting. I don't know. It's a cultural quirk of the Philippines. Anyways, before the draft, you know, I was telling Zhao he should treat all of us to some food. He's like, all right, but Raging Potato won't get off his ass. He's the laziest guy next to Scam. Then Potato just laid on him. He went on a rage, as his name would suggest. So a bit of a good time in the lobby. And we'll see if that carries over for Neon, as, you know, it's still CTM playing. He had a great time in game 1. 0 kills, 2 deaths, God knows how many assists. Played fantastic on Nyx. Lilgun pick up that Nyx for themselves here. Neon, they grab the line, so they might shake it up. Maybe have CTM, Scam play that line here. See what else they develop with the draft. Of course, they have to ban out the Brood Mother, but they go into that special for Raging Potato. Again, the Centaur comes through, and one of our Brazilian casters did point out that this is one of the best Centaurs in the world. He had a fantastic time. He had like a 13-minute Vanguard blink or something, and we haven't seen that in a long time. The last players I remember hitting those kinds of blink Vanguard timings were like Ohio on the offlane as well. So it's been a really long time since we've seen the Centaur be that strong, and Raging Potato just brings flashbacks from last year.
Radiant team back. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, it just sets up. It gives you that pseudo global strat again for Lilgun. You just need a mobile mid. Then the Nyx just runs around with Vendetta. You jump in with your mid, Ice Blast on top, get the stuns off, get the kill, and snowball from there. So Lilgun have a great base to build off of for their supports. Just have to see what else they pull out. And you can see Neon just respecting all these comfort picks from Lilgun. Take out the Lycan, take out the Husker. These are heroes you would not ban against nearly any other team, but you have to do against Lilgun. So we're going to have to find another way for them to shake up their draft, to pull out a special. Even the Meepo gets taken care of here, not having any openings for Lilgun to pull off surprises.
Radiant team pick.
Ha. 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 Yep.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Imba spirit.
Yep. Pretty much. That's the one way I can see this working. You think about that pause for Darkseer with a Centaur, that's a painful lane, Mike. You've got Iron Shell, you've got a tanky frontliner, get the stuns off. How do you deal with it? It's going to be tough for Lilgun. The one blessing they have, it's a dual melee lane. So it might be a bit trickier to gap close, but it's still really scary. You don't want to deal with that if you can. So let's see if Lilgun reads that. I think they should expect the same thing. Neon, the question now is, what do they look for Natsumi? Like, they see the Ember Spirit, more than likely our hero down mid for Lilgun. They could opt to take Yapaj's hero here and just secure himself his matchup if he wants to. And they do go with a Tiny. So it looks like Yapaj, Tiny, more than likely mid. I mean, they could flex this in a million ways. I can't say for certain. No. Yeah. who knows?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You know, that could work. That could work. I can kind of see that work in a really ridiculous way. Pause one Darkseer, play around the normal punch or something dumb like that. That could work out if they want to on Neon's end. Lilgun have to get a read here, and normally this is, you know, Lilgun's the one that always does wacky stuff with drafts as well.
Radiant team back.
Yeah. I think the Bristleback is a response to a potential tiny bit, right? So they flex Bristleback mid, maybe the Ember safe, although you kind of don't want that. Ember safe just feels awkward, but you can kind of play around your lanes here. More than likely, maybe just an off-lane Bristle for Lilgun, but it's open enough that you can swing it around. How does Neon close out? That's the how did they actually close this out? Like, I don't know. I can't even say.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Radiant team.
Madman. Freaking madman CTM. I would love to see it. I remember the days when, you know, Chen first phase pick for Neon was always safe lane.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh.
Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
Well, looks like if Lilgun goes standard here, offlane Bristle, mid Ember, something on the safe lane needs to come out for X123. Maybe go back to the Raid King if they want to. It didn't quite work out in game 1. I think you need something more active. Bristle and Ember, they're sort of slow. Ember, not as much, but Bristle definitely needs a lot of farm to get up and kicking. So you want something fast in your safe. Alright, Tide Hunter instead, safe lane Bristle, mid Ember, off lane Tide. They've got team fight on hand. Very tanky set of dual cores on Lilgun's end. So bursting them down for Obinion is going to be a bit tough. How do they close out here themselves? Like, you know, maybe that Sand King would work out. Just tie in the team fight, get a lot of magic damage going.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, you know what would be great? I would love a Warlock here. Warlock, Fatal Bonds, and a Veil of Discord. That is a lot of magic damage. Lots of AoE flying out. Alright, they play it smart. Alright. Nothing silly here. It is a CTM Centaur, though, with Raging Potato and the Darkseer. So there's your Phosphorus Centaur and offlane Darkseer. I mean, we were kind of calling that in the offlane anyway, so they just switched the roles around. Not Simeon the Monkey King, lots of value there. Right, Bristleback, Tide, you build up your stacks. Jingu's always going to go off. You don't care for their tankiness, and you can kind of play there. And the lane for Tide Hunter is awkward because of Monkey King's range. You can still bully him out with Gush. Base armor of Monkey King's not amazing, but you're not going to get too much value from Anchor Smash just because Monkey King's a melee hero. So it's a good way to close out for Neon. They've got some pretty good power spikes to play with. They've got great Vac Wall combinations with the Wukong's command, with the Avalanche Toss, and Centaur Stun. We'll just have to see if CTM can get that space out with his Phosphorus Centaur, which we really haven't seen ever, if not in a very, very long time. You have to ask that? Of course you will. It's a given. It's a given. That's how the Ice Frog works in the game. You know, you're gonna find everything you want. Yeah, for sure. Get more range. You know, how does it work? How is he melee? How is he melee with that range? He has more range than the TA at level 1.
We'll move on to game number 2 between Lilgun and OB Neon.
You really should
Who
prepare
did
for battle.
draft?
Despite the memes, I actually think Neon does have a really strong draft here. Like, the big issue for Lilgun is that it takes a while to build up into Bristle safe. Like, Vanguard, more than likelihood of Defiance on top, building off from there. Although, this is interesting. Look at X123 right now. He's queued up what looks like a Mask of Madness along the lines here. Along with maybe an Echoes. I don't know what he's going for.
Oh.
He's got some interesting stuff being formed out in the Bristle.
Is that a Mask of Madness and an Echo set?
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it. It's maybe this is the way you deal with Neon. Just go with left field buildups as well. Right click. Look, right click Bristle is actually scary. Warpath is insane. Stack on a Mask of Madness, he right clicks like a madman. Issue is you can't cast spells. So that's counter synergy for Bristle. Maybe you don't go all the way. Maybe you make a disassembly play. That might be what 123 has in mind. We'll see. He has a lot of time to change his mind as well. We'll look for a bit of a scuffle. Both sides kind of posturing around these initial bounties.
Dangerous. They've got a lot of stun on OB Neon. You've got to be very careful about this. Could get permanent stunned here, but... Oh, Earthspike is there. CTM a bit off the mark with the hoof stop. He might pay for this. Hishki gonna land the Impale, and it looks like CTM is gonna die straight off the bat this time around. They will not allow him to have a zero-death game again for the next 20 minutes, or maybe he's still running, but no, the gush is there. Marvel, he'll take the kill. A nice start here, time of Lilgun.
Yeah, but they actually lost every single bounty rune. So that compensates for the lost bounty rune, but I think overall, it's a lot more gold from that trade. So it's worthwhile for Neon to give away CTM's life like that. They break into their lanes. Natsumi is against that Tide, played by Marvel. He's got John Yuel and the Lion to help him. Hishki on that Nyx. It's a dual melee lane against Monkey. And that's not a very comfy lane. John Yuel can get his harassment off as well. Hishki's going to have to go for these creep pulls to get that EXP going for this lane.
Over in the mid, Yapage there up against Sanctity. Seems like it is going to be a bit of a tiny favored lane, but now Sanctity is having a very good time, and of course we can't underestimate TM. Did have the pleasure of watching this first day of the playoffs, and he was very effective on the Ember Spirit. See if he can kind of replicate that performance from the earlier days. But you also can't really underestimate the Yapage Tiny, the idol after all, but see who does come out on top in this mid.
It's a bit tougher here for Yapage, mainly because Sanctity can go all in the Flame Guard build, block off the Avalanche Toss combo. So Yapage is going to have to focus on Tree Grab Harass, clear out the wave, and lead to a slower game without kill opportunities. He can go for Toss plays. Sanctity still has the shield if he wants to protect himself, but once you hit level 3, level 4 on that Ember, it feels a lot more comfy. For Yapage with the early bottle, and this is where those bounties come into play, he's going to have more regen on hand. The bottle's still going to be flying out for Sanctity shortly, but this is good timing for Yapage. He can drain the bottle, grab his water rune, still keep controlling that lane and build up.
Nice Avalanche Toss as well. Range creep there, but also purges off the... Very nice Avalanche Toss. Head and self. Of course, over in the bot lane, the last we haven't really discussed yet, you've got X123 on the safe back. Along with Ace 12, CTM going to be there on the Centaur, which should be a pos 4, and got Raging Potato, aka Mr. Ping Pong himself, the off-lane Darkseid.
Yeah, it's a manageable lane for a Bristle. Right? Like, you're still annoyed by Iron Shell. You can sit further back, play with your Quilt Spray, get harassment off. It's a dual melee lane from OB Neon, so they also have issues gap closing here and getting their own harassment going. I think for CTM, it's going to be a slower time. He's just going to look to stack up, build up some flash farm for his teammates. Maybe once you hit level 3, you can look for something. He's pocketing his skill point, stuck at level 1 hoop stomp. And you just have to be a bit cautious about overextending. But you can see those Iron Shots do work. X123, way far away from a Hood of Defiance, just melts to that damage.
They appear radiant with
A
health.
lot of damage. Oh, mid lane, Yopaj. For another hit, he does have tree throw. Oh, they plant the tree. It's not going to be enough, though. That's a high-level play, John, using that Iron Branch to try and pick up a tree and throw it, but unluckily for Yopaj, Sanctity had a bottle charge ready to go, and he will survive. Meanwhile, top lane, Natsumi dropping extremely low, but he will not die. Vibing and salve up on that Monkey King. A lot of very close calls across the map, but nobody dropping quite yet.
Yeah, it's still a 1-kill lead for Lilgun, but the lanes are shaping up all too nicely for OB Neon. All the farms going to their cores, basically uncontested for Natsumi. Even if he gets harassed out, his last hits are on top of the board. You are seeing an even trade between the Ember and Tiny as well, and well,
Hide and seek game here with Ace 12. TM's gonna join. Aging, he's an expert at hide and seek, John. He's not getting caught out now. The Iron Shell's out. CTM will just chase Ace 12 down. Surge out. Can they really get this kill onto Ace? CTM's gonna try. He's gonna try and make this work, and it looked like he's gonna get the kill too, but no. He went too early with the double edge. How disgusting.
Yeah, that's the laning combo. You've got the levels on Raging. He's being really aggressive with the vacuums as well. And as long as there's mana, there's always potential in Ace.
He's just gonna dive the T1, but he ran out of Iron Shell. Did run out of the Iron Shell.
Oh, I love it.
Neon. I really do. Ace, he's not gonna pull the creep wave over to the small. Surprisingly going for the harass out instead. Interesting. Knife the whole wave away. Side's not.
Yeah, CTM though.
He's been caught out. Nice rotation there from him. At least get the pos for Centaur, but get the dark set that they really.
And that leaves Marvel alone up top, and he's forcing a long chase, but he's not very healthy here.
Not Marvel. On a strikeout from Natsumi. He's probably already dead. He's trying to get the Centaur to hit him. It's just not working out in his favor. Genuor just keeps tanking the nuke. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, however, Hishki and Sanctity set up onto Yopaj. Very valuable kill to get the Lilgun.
Yeah, they needed to slow down that Tiny's blink timing. They find a big kill. They spot out these stacks. Hishki's got a really nice forward ward. He can't really stop it, but he's soaking some EXP away. So not as much being injected onto CTM, but that's a lot of gold for Raging Potato. Has to be cautious though.
Oz, edging. Gonna try and run, he won't make it out. Climb there from Ace 12. Meanwhile, X123 dies to Yopaj. Apparently just rotates down to the bot lane by himself and the Tiny. It's up a kill on
but Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, an important kill, slowing down to Bristle as well. And all of this movement means that Natsumi's left alone. Overall, you're really happy if you're OB Neon. The mid's being sort of shoved in. You need to find a way to slow down this push, but your Monkey King's free farm. That's a scary prospect for Lilgun.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. I feel like a broken record.
I'm having a look back at X123. I really...
Oh, he... Huh.
He has the mask.
Huh. Yeah, he's still going for it. At the least, he's got the mask going into power treads into Ags. So we'll see how fast the Ags is. At the least, the Ags will do a lot of work. Minor to arm is going to be great. They are sort of making a rotation happen on him, though, but he does read it.
Has he, though? Dive the T1 power, and there's your Surge out with the Earth Spike, and the follow-up Hex and Stun is all out with the Iron Shells and the Vac back, but they don't have the damage.
Januel?
He's a bit too tanky. Januel, he might die to the Quill Sprays. It's a lot of damage being pumped out, but he gets the Earth Spike. X123, though, he can keep fighting CTM now. He's got too many stacks, but he It comes Mr. Potato himself. It's still not enough damage though. They can't get rid of the bristle yet.
No, it's way too much. Once you get 4 stacks up, you start to melt. Level 3's quills are that much more painful. Although, Yapaj does have a haste. He could clean up here. But
He's already TP'd out. Have a look around the tree line, but realize the TP has happened.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That though, they might be able to get Hishki.
Nobody's business.
There, Genu has the Hex up, and Hishki, he has the Spike Carapace, but it is only at level 1. Pell there, but the toss in onto the next assassin, Yogash. Get the kill. At least get something for their trouble.
Bottom tower is being subjected
It's a lot of time they commit down there to find the kill, but they find it anyway. They're forcing the Bristle to really just work the jungle now, compared to Natsumi, he's working absent, jumping Marvel.
He jump. Jigu Mastery proc out. Avalanche toss. Yapaj waits for the moment and the kill. And I thought the one problem Neon might have throughout this draft is they wouldn't have the damage to burst down these temples. So far, that's not really the case. Yapaj is really not struggling whatsoever. In fact, Carapace is there to avoid combo. Mana drain as well to not toss him away. But it won't really matter because he doesn't have the backup. Case up on Yapaj. Kind of resets and goes back to normal.
He does spot out these stacks, so Neon's aware of where X123 wants to farm. They've got the ward on the triangle as well on the south side. Probably not going to be able to make a move. Yapaj can't just burst him solo, and they get the good scan where Yapaj is camping for that rune. So they're prepared to protect. And this is going to be a good gold injection for X123. Help him hit those farming spikes he needs to see, but looks like they might be ready, though.
He actually ended up killing off Raging Potato solo. Very nice, as now Yapaj, he's gone way too deep and they'll come with the Ravage for him. Nice pick up there from Lilgun. No messing around here from Marvel. I think it is well worth it when you have the mid-tiny out of position like that. That goes all the way back to that scan that was made on the power rune. Seemed to have just kind of read the movement of Yapaj, and eventually they get.
Yeah, it's an important kill, but I don't think Yapaj minds, because he's buying space for Natsumi. Throwing his life forward, still finding kills. They need to stall this mid-tier 1 push though, and CTM without Stampede, it's harder to gap close.
Again, CTM, look, stop, won't get it. Oh, he tried to time it really nicely there, but it does not work out still. The Avalanche toss back into the hoop stop and the finger out. A nice Ice Blast. It may be enough for CTM, or maybe not. It looks like he's going to be all right, as now they'll go for even more. The other, but they haven't then, and back into the wall. By the way, does end up dying to the Ice Blast.
Yeah, it's on the edge, still worthwhile. Search forward.
Radiant's middle tower.
12. Double floppy hats, John. Marvel not going to make it in time to try and punish.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Neon's just trying to get real aggressive here. Surprised Natsumi showed up, but that was the right time. He's still saving up for his Battle Fury, and that's the point where the Monkey King can really outfarm everyone. Bristleback's not going to keep pace. The Ember's not going to be able to keep up pace unless they really work their lanes out quite nicely. And this is where it gets a bit awkward for X123, right? Like, he's going for this weird pseudo right-click build, and oh, raging.
Caught out again. Sanctity doing a pretty good job apparently roaming and finding the Starks here out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One mid tower they go. Lilgun. They don't have the Ravage to play with, but it looks like they're quite confident that Neon is probably not going to try and defend this. That is indeed the case. Neon have backed off. For the mid, start rotating around to start really applying that pressure with their draft. Find anyone though, but they'll get some stats for them.
It's going to be some nice farm for Sanctity, help him build towards his Maelstrom. Been lagging a bit behind in that Ember. He is starting to catch up quite nicely. He should look to make a... They need more kills on Yapaj to get that blink up and running.
Of X1 free. Avoid the smoke for now. Yapaj still no blink up. Really close the gap there up against X1, 2, 3, and trying to get back to farming, trying to get that blink ASAP. Big Nov, I mean, Natsumi, Battle Fury built up on the monkey. They are certainly to go a bit later on in this game. Got out quite a bit of information here. For Lilgun, Ice Blast out of the venue well, but they've caught the Ember. Do they have the perma-stun for him? They've just made as the Hex comes out in time, right before Daniel dies, but no, it's not going to be enough. Up there for Lilgun is now Marvel. He has the Ravage. He can commit at any time, and he will. They want CTM dead, and they'll get him. Kill for the side of Lilgun. Paj gonna shot. Sang can't quite go for the kill. Now Natsumi, he's overextended. He's gonna try and run, but there's no help around to really help him out. They drop the wall, the toss out from Yapaj. Natsumi. No, he's still going to go down. The Remnant was there from Sanctity. Now you've got Raging Potato. He's going to try and run for his life. And things are still looking quite bad for Neonis now. Go back, get the finger and the avalanche toss. Sanctity is dying to the Iron Shell. It's not enough yet though. Sanctity's still out of there. Yapaj having a look, trying to snipe him. He can't find him though. Meanwhile, Genuel does die to 8-12, and Yapaj, he's still having a look for December. Find out the hard way, he was right behind him. Carapace, not going to stun up Yapaj, but they'll get the Impale off, and now Sanctity wants to play with the Tiny. Knowing there's no spells left, there's no mana left either, Sanctity should be able to have his way with the Tiny. Yapaj, he tries to grab a tree, it will not work out.
That's a huge set of kills for Lilgun. OB Neon overextending from Natsumi all the way down, forcing that fight when they kind of missed their opportunity when they couldn't burst the Ember. And now opens up a bit of an ancient stack steal from X123, accelerating his farm towards the Ags. He's already got the Echo Saber up. And this actually works really nicely. The additional slow you get with the Echo Strike on the Saber, piled on the Nasal Goose slow, you do have a lot of good right-click damage with Warpath stacks built up. This can burst down heroes quite fast. So I can see where X123 is coming from, and with his Axe timing set to come out soon, that's going to be really big. Their jungle's not safe here as well for Neon. Fishy's just constantly keeping pace, but Natsumi got a good read in that. He dodges out the Ice Blast.
By Carapace or an Impale off in time. You do have the Battle Fury now. Get on Natsumi, and you've also got that blink on the way for your Paj, so they might be able to finally get a bit more active here. Timing is a bit late for the Tiny. Of the timing monitors. Lilgun, they're taking the time to just keep farm up. Goes back to what you said, X123, he's so close to the Aghanim Scepter. And it's definitely going to be a very well-timed Aghanim Scepter here for the Brit. Once you've got that up, you can just start running them down. OB Neon, they're not in a position. They may try, but with the axe on the bristle, it is very hard to fight into. Although Yapaj, nice toss back, but the avalanche was not there soon enough. Not connect the Earth Spike either.
Bottom tower is being subjected
It's a bit tough, especially without a blink yet in Johnny. You can't quite instant hex from the toss if you're too far out. So you have to maybe wait for, again, more gold to flow in for OB Neon. The lead is widening here for Lilgun though. 5k up. Those spikes we talked about slowly building in. And for Neon's end, well, they just got the Battle Fury Natsumi. Need more farm there. Aside of Lilgun, pressure. They need to take some more towers out. Play with his Ag Spike on X123. They're looking at the Roshan that is scanned out, but I don't think they mind too much.
Caught the line. Pick up again from Lilgun. That'll definitely mean they can start the Roshan. Understanding that the side of OB Neon probably will not be able to contest. That is exactly the case. They aren't even trying to make their way over. They know they aren't strong enough right now. Taking the Aegis onto X123. Game just becomes that much more difficult.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's wanting to kill once, twice over with the Ags up is nearly next to impossible. I love what X123 is going for as well. Immediately disassembly play on that Echo Saber, going for the BKB into Satanic next. So you've got really good, effective itemization coming through from him, and it's down to him to be at the front line along with the Tide, get the space out, start these fights for his team. The burst damage is still not quite there for OB Neon. Natsumi needs a lot more to come out here. Battle Fury alone is not enough. SNY is coming next, but might lose a lot of towers while waiting. Top being shoved in. No sign of a defense yet from OB Neon. They're lined up bot instead. They might just eye a tier 2 for tier 2 trade here.
Top tower would last very long. It was nice with the Aghanim Sept on Bristle, the fact that you don't even need a target for Nasal Goo. Keep stacking up those try stacks up on the Bristle.
In a stunning development, Dire's top tower has fallen.
Go. Echo Saber now up on X1. Hurt quite a lot by OB Neon, who are trying to push down that bot tier 2 tower. They do go for an avalanche toss out off the Nyx, but there's a Ravage in from Marvel. He's caught the backside. They've got one, and they've probably got a second. Natsumi, he will not survive the onslaught. Another great setup here for Lilgun, and so far for OB Neon, this draft is just not working out. A Sanctity, he'll even find CTM. Now 18-6 with a 16 net worth lead for Lilgun. They are pretty determined to make sure there's a game 3.
They're playing really well. They're hitting their early spikes, preventing OB Neon from finding any sort of trade. Natsumi has to put his body out forward to make these pushes happen. They don't even find the tower. It's not fast enough. And now, I don't know how you handle X123. He's too tanky, he's got the Ags, he's pumping out the Warpath stacks. Yapaj just can't burst him down.
Avalanche tosses in, Yapaj is going to try, but look at X123, look how tanky this man is. He basically took no damage. He still has the Aegis, but they will stun lock him down. CTM's in with the stun now. Maybe they can get through one life, and they will. The Wukong's command, they might be able to find the second as the bus is back up with the Avalanche, but the Glimmer Cape going to save the day. DTM's down, a nice Earth Spike is out, but there's no follow-up there for the Bristle. So X123, he can get back to work onto Raging. Genuel's gone the Lion, and now, well, you've got Raging that's just going to die. Riapaj came back in to try and help out, but 123 is going to turn right back around. Take him down. Things look worse and worse for OB Neon in this game too. A 9k net worth advantage now.
I don't mean to be fast, but
it's onto the bottom tower.
It's not going to take too long for this push to really get up and going. That's going to leave Neon with just one outer tower left to defend. It's going to limit the area where Natsumi can play for his catch-up farm. Still needs the BKB up. It's so far away, and I know how they can open up the map for Natsumi. Just so far behind this monkey.
Oh, there's a figure out. They at least get ace 12, and now Stampede's pop. They want to try and rush for another fight. Gonna be after Marvel. Nice stun out from CTM to lock him down. Marvel, he's got the help of Sanctity around if he really wants to commit here. Ravage is up in 3 seconds. They might be able to turn, but they need some backup. And now Sanctity's in trouble. Marvel comes in with a 4-man Ravage, but where's the backup? It's not there yet. Sanctity's still trying to chip away, but now the Avalanche toss. It's going to be enough to kill off Marvel. Genuel, meanwhile, he did die, but we'll buy it back. Now they're going after Raging. This could be a mistake, though. They've overextended into the Wukong's command. X123, he's been left alone. Oh boy, Sanctity. That is a nice hoof stop from CTM. He's going to try and Remnant. Got your punch around with the blink up. He just needs the Avalanche in 1 second. But it may have saved the day. However, Cold Feet will cancel the blink. He still needs the Ember. He's got the target he wants. He'll take him down. Oh, and that could have been a pretty big throw for Lilgun if they're not too careful. Wukong's command really turning it. Now CTM finds ace 12 with the blink. Ice Blast might be enough with Marvel around, and it will be. So at least get the Pulse 4 Centaur down. That's about all they'll get though. Can't really stop the TP else.
Strange to say,
Page is now Hishki going up, but right out of there on the tiny and go. Try. Impel does land. Marvel is around with the gush. Maybe they do have enough. Coming in though, surge out. Yule's gonna cancel that surge off, but it won't matter. They don't have any more.
Yeah, it's a great set of kills from OB Neon, dragging that lead down to just about 6k. It was about 10k before all those fights broke out. So they're recovering. Not quite in the clear, but they are starting to build up. The BKB is almost done in Natsumi, and if he can get the Wukongs off in a really good spot with the vac wall on top, when you saw how hard it was for Lilgun to walk across there. They kept going through the wall, getting some damage, getting more illusions up, lagging everyone's PCs, and that could be the way for Neon to go forward. They just need to get that big combination off. They hit the point where CTM with the blink can start these fights for the team instead of maybe just throwing your Page up and running the risk of losing your Tiny early. So they've got a ton of options there for OB Neon now. For Lilgun, they've got the BKB up on X123. It feels a lot nicer for him to take these fights up front. You have no control. You have nothing to stop the bristle right now. So they should look to make use of this power spike. Maybe wait out the next Roshan if they want to, but keep control in that jungle. Keep the ward game up. Get a couple more deep wards here. They've got only one cliff ward in the middle of that jungle, maybe get some on the entrances, or just drop some wards in that triangle area in order to contest farm properly, because Neon's still getting a steady influx of gold. Natsumi has not lagged behind at all, and that is a worry because Natsumi is the main win condition here for Neon.
5k net.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Has that ever been...
Neon, I mean, they're still doing alright considering circumstances.
Radiant's bottom tower
On tier 2.
under attack.
Under siege, X123, they're caught out raging. They'll get him. Nice pick off to get started as now Sanctity with the Aghanim Scepter wants to rush forward with the remnants. And Newell, he TP's out. I don't think Marvel would have really wanted to commit the Ravage anyway for the Lion. Get one. Get raging on the Darkseer, but that's about all they're gonna get.
Yeah, it's a nice kill, not the big one they were looking for. You'd be much happier with Natsumi kept down.
No, never mind. You have caught out your Page. They'll toss one away. Stampede could be popped, but it won't matter. They've got the control. In fact, now Hishki, he sets up onto CTM. They've got a third kill to go their way. In fact, oh no, Natsumi, he's joined in. He wants to help out. Wukong's command is there. BKB pop, but he is not really that tanky. The damage is pretty darn high. Januel, he'll be the first one to drop. And now Natsumi, he will be the fourth. In fact, make it fifth now. The Ravage committed. They will find raging again. An ultra kill out for X123. And it's a full team wipe.
Yeah, they're cleaning up house now, Lilgun, hitting their spikes. The BKB on X123 allows them to just stand forward without a care in the world. And the same issues are playing OB Neon. They're not finding the fights they want. They kind of go in staggered. They need to fight as a team. They need these combinations to play out. We must see Wukongs with wall back. You can't play without it. Like, the damage output's not enough. You'll get bursted down even with the BKB and Natsumi. They do have really good high ground here. They know Ravage is down. Wukongs will be up as soon as Natsumi's up. So they can play the whole game here. It's not the end of the world. It's still an 11k lead for Lilgun to Q1 to 12. They are way ahead now in terms of momentum. They might be able to find themselves one nice set of racks, or at least a tier 3 before the respawns come in.
Perhaps. Tower. You're still kind of relying on Natsumi on that Monkey King to really be able to carry them through the late game. And Natsumi right now, he's not really that farmed up. Second in net worth, but it's just not transitioning damage they need. You know, with this kind of draft, it needs to be kind of like perfect execution. Let's see those big vacuums into... After that, the Wukong command. Get started, they'll take back the outpost. Gun, they're just gonna keep up the good work. Roshan's up now as well, so
Strange to say,
yeah, very nice target for Lilgun to go after. Paj, jump in. There's a wall being dropped as well, but I don't know about this one. Oh, he's going to run out of the Wukong. X123 will keep chasing forward. Yeah, punch to the tiny already, and now CTM's gone. Sanctity, he might die to Natsumi, but X123, he's going to be the big problem. Even without the Ravage, he just has so much damage to pump out. Natsumi has to BKB TP away, and now Genuel, maybe he gets a TP out in time. He does. Lose the Roshan. Dying Lilgun again. I don't really see much that OB Neon can do about it.
They have no way of stopping it. No Wukong sort of fight. No way of gap closing. This is going to be a nice cheese and ag shard coming the way of Lilgun. Wondering who they give what to. Perhaps the shard going to Marvel would be nice. It does look like they hand that over to him. So added anchor smash damage. Lower cooldown affects buildings. The push got a lot easier here for Lilgun. And OB Neon, they're down 16k now. Tricky 4-13. Their team fights aren't lining up well. You saw what happens when you man fight this Bristle. Like with the Satanic up on X123, he lifesteals so much, gets max warpath stacks, just has insane right clicks. The Monkey King can't handle it. They have to find a different approach to deal with a Bristle. Heck, I'd say just ignore him. Kill everyone else if possible and just leave X123 alone for now. You have no answers for this hero.
By the way, hold that thought, because bot lane, who they found there? It's going to be Hishki. Remnants forward. Sanctity wants to get Genuel on that line, but now CTM, no, Hoofstop off the mark, but the Remnants back. Remnants back to left. Ravage is out. Genuel will drop, but the BKB was there for Natsumi, and he's just going to TP away. Look at the line in the end. Ravage kind of wasted. Won't matter too much. What I was trying to say as well, by the way, John, is Marvel did not take the shots. He actually gave it back to the Brit. So X123's got the hairball up now.
And that's fair. Like, X123 is so big, you can just build up on him. Hairball is super strong, 700 radius, 2 and 2 quilts. Like, 2 quilts boosts your damage by a good, what is that, 68 damage on the next spray. So it's a lot to initially set you up. And the slow, of course, from the goo is just insane. With the Ags, you're applying 2 stacks of goo immediately. It's a scary prospect, hard to run for OB Neon. They're going to have to wait for the Wukongs to be back up, Natsumi to show up. And that's going to expose this set of racks. Like, the right click affects 1-2-3, it's too much.
It's way too high. It's not even level 25 yet either. It only gets worse if he goes for the right talent.
I mean, look at that. He gets plus 400 damage with 8 4-pat stacks.
That's tossed back, but can you kill him? Not before he BKBs up. Your Paj needs to run ASAP. Look at this. Oh, Genuel, the humanity. He just burst both of them down. The toss is meant to work in their favor. Now it's the fountain. Maybe the fountain can help out. But no, the fountain's asleep. But waking up. Ice Blast in. A great Ice Blast. They are still melting at home. They've lost 4 heroes. The Aegis, it does wear off now. Oh! Oh! He gets a double rampage. How do you beat this guy?
Oh god. Well, Fountain can't do it. You definitely can't. Neon, they've got no heroes. They're gonna lose their racks here for sure. He just does way too much. And this bristleback,
the game's over.
Yeah, no way. Yeah. They called. They called. Neon, they're gonna have to reset. They got a bit cheesed by the bristle, but honestly, this is one of those moments where Neon, they come out with weird drafts when they don't need to. Pause for Centaur doesn't quite work out. On paper, it sounds great because Surge running.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team, Radiant team, pick.
Assassin.
Radiant team, pick. Dire.
Ancient apparition.
Clockwork. Dire team ban. Radiant.
In the spirit.
I'm doing great. It's it's a fantastic series going back and forth. Lilgun showing up in game 2. Neon maybe playing themselves, you know, running the Centaur 4 with the Darkseer off lane. It's one of those things. Neon, sometimes they just try some silly stuff when they can. Doesn't pan out that time. Lilgun playing fantastically. Had this bristleback build up with the Echo Saber, with the Ags Rush, into the Satanic. Impossible to kill. We'll see if they can repeat that performance here. Neon, they do lock in the Ancient Apparition, so you don't have the Nyx AA for Lilgun this time. And they've got the Clockwork on top, so it's almost the same thing. You've got long reach for the clock. You can still follow up with the Ice Blast. You can play real aggressive here with these supports on Neon's side. Not the best lockdown for something like the Ember, though. So there's a lot of leeway here for Sanctity to just weave in and out, do the work he needs to do on that Ember. And we know, especially from that last game, how well his Ember can execute. And Lilgun have that comfort pick on the Nyx. So they've got that in their end. And because Neon, you know, they're playing against Lilgun, they have to ban the Meepo, they have to ban the Lycan. It leaves a lot of options open for Lilgun and the rest of the draft to play more standard.
Radiant team, pick.
Lion.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team, pick. Darkseer. Ten seconds Dire remaining. Team ban.
Anti-mage.
Ooh. That's really good. Like, Morphling does not enjoy that matchup anymore because of his mana issues. So if you actually burn through the Morphling's mana, he's not going to be able to morph strength at all. And you've got the Lion to drain on top of that. You've got the Nyx with mana burn. This is not an easy morph game for Natsumi or Yopaj, depending on who wants to play it. Not going to be an easy time at all. They're going to have to find a way to mitigate that. Maybe a BKB rush helps you out here, but it's tough. And you don't have good lockdown for the AM. You don't have good lockdown for the Ember. So Lilgun has so much leeway to jump in and out to weave themselves in these fights, whereas Neon don't really have the hold to fix that issue. Maybe their last pick helps out. I think you'd expect that form of control from your off lane. Darkseer's not going to apply it, so I'm not sure what they can do to fix that. Like, on the safe lane or mid, you don't have too many options for AoE control left. Maybe they could play their pick-off game really well, just constantly play around with hook shot and with the Iron Shell on top of the Clockwork along with the Ice Blast follow-up. That could be one way to pin these heroes down, or at least kill them off fast. But there is definitely a control issue here for Neon and Lilgun. This draft looks really well developed. This is not the kind of cheese strat you'd expect from Lilgun. This is just a very straightforward, well thought out of draft, and I think we've already seen they can execute these much more normal drafts really well as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Doesn't suit the draft, but I can see them going for Wind Ranger, just to have Morphling Wind Ranger on hand. You know, we've seen that from TNC, and we know Yopaj loves the hero. Every single time Neon has something on the line, they go with Wind Ranger. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick that. Not the best hero in this case. I don't think it's a good hero in this lineup at all, but if it's not what you mentioned, then I can only see the Wind Ranger coming true. So we'll see if OB Neon feel cheeky. Of course, elimination on the line. You don't want to drop out of this tournament, so it might not be the Wind Ranger game. Lilgun, looking like they're lacking an offlaner. Maybe get some control going for themselves as well. They've got the option for the Tide if they want to. Give them some more team fight here. Can be pretty potent. It's the only real long cooldown they have to play around. They are taking their time in this pick, though. So we'll see what they do consider in the end, but there's nothing really specific for Lilgun. Like, they've already got so much control with their Nyx, Ember, and Lion. You have a lot of leeway here in how to close out. I'd say just take a Tide. Tide, or do they have the option for Centaur? You could go Centaur as well if they wanted to. Either one would help your cause, and again, you don't have the best of lockdown on Neon, so a Centaur can greatly punish that. Like, Vac Wall comes out, Stampede out, nothing happens.
Team pick.
Tide Hunter.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep. Yep.
Riki.
Oh.
Choose your hero, my good friend.
That's one way to combo with your Darkseer. Vac Wall plus the trades is great. You still don't have lockdown, but you've got a good silence. So you can kind of lock in the AM. The AM in particular won't enjoy that. The supports will need 4 staffs here to help their cores out. I think that's probably the build-up we're going to have to expect here for the Nyx and the Lion, although the Lion should still prioritize the Blink. Rather interesting way to close out. I feel like Neon's draft is still pretty shaky, despite having the Riki answer. It is Yopaj mid Morphling here as well. So we'll see how Natsumi itemizes. You know, usual build-up is either Diffusal Rush or to Rate Bands, Orb of Corrosion, Diffusal. You might be able to opt for Battle Fury here if you want to keep that pace up against the AM. But that also runs the risk of playing really slow and having the Morphling and Riki farm. So you have to be careful with that farm distribution. For Lilgun, as mentioned, really good team fight. Lots of really good stunts. Ravage, Earth Spike, Impale, even the chains from the Ember. They've got the Hex on hand. They've got Mana Burn on Nyx, Mana Drain on Line, and Burn on AM as well. So Morphling, if Yopaj is caught out, he won't have mana to Strength Morph. So have to really watch your spacing. It's a harder draft to pull off for Neon. I think Lilgun definitely have the better draft here.
Gotten rid of him. Dead now. Anime.
God, you know, I was watching the Animator. Of course, everyone knows what happened with the Secret Enigma series. In that filler time, they did bring out the VTube. Man, they brought out Courier-kun or Courier-kun or whatever, and it was a nightmare. I was like, oh my god, no, please stop. That was an actual nightmare. Slacks voicing it as well. That was horrendously beautiful, but not something I'd want to experience again, I think.
Shout out to Slacks, by the way. I know people have already brought it up, but the guy lost a lot.
Oh yeah.
I imagine what happens when you have a baby. You just
Oh, 100%.
no.
You just don't have
Oh, I mean,
baby sucks the life out of you, you know? Yeah, he's doing fantastic. I love watching his cats. Very silly. Love the guy. Hopefully.
No, I mean, don't
you're
say
more
that,
fun
John.
soon.
Pisses me off a little bit that he's doing play-by-play now. You know, more competition for us. No, CTM, he's gonna get caught out. He'll be all right though. Going back to my point, by the way, that don't worry about the ward. Back to my initial. Flax is the only one that can do play-by-play, make a literal work out of it, and get away with it. We can't do that, John.
You know, when I was watching, I got very big vibes for, you know, Cyclops. It felt like this is the English translation of a Cyclops cast, and it was nice, you know? Something different at the very least.
Yeah, he's back in. Careful, he's got the iron. He'll back off CTM. He's going to walk back for a reset. TP his way back up to the top lane. Be back to join Raging Potato. I'm gonna say this could be a very tough time for at least, right? Because this Clockwork already a bit of a counter towards the Lion throughout the whole stage of the game. Add an Iron Shell to that, even at level 1, it's gonna be quite a painful experience. So for now, Lilgun are gonna run a bit of a tri lane. They're gonna let the Tide run the solo off lane, and this might be the way to play it. Honestly, if they had not done this, CM would Lion. In fact, Hishki, he tried to TP on the low ground. It's going to be cancelled off. He has to run back down to the bot lane. And Ace 12, he's going to suffer. Look at this, John.
Oh yeah. No fun for Ace 12. The boots up and CTM allows him to just win out runs as well. You only have the wind lace on Ace 12. So, gotta watch that spacing. Still, this is space out for X123. He's not the one being focused. He's fine with it. And I think if your AM's fine, you're happy enough on the line. Although, you don't want the first blood here.
Spike, Surge is there, CTM. He's going to die for this. He wants the first blood. He will get it. Can he avoid giving a kill away to 1-2-3? Not quite. You got the first blood gold. That's going to mean he could probably just buy out his tranquils if he... Be a nice start for that possible Clockwork. Still, other lanes though. Got your Page in the mid lane on that Morphling up against Sanctity on the Ember. Time around, Morphus Ember should a little bit more favored towards the Morph. You have such high base. Your Page is going to go into the bottle as well, and as you know, kind of agi Morph. Get a full kind of health refill with that bottle. With all the runes that up, you instantly healthy.
Yeah, it's really nice down mid. Feels really good. You don't need to expand too many bottle charges as well. Heck, even just a raw water rune gives you so much when you're full agi. So have to watch that. Sanctity is getting some decent harassment out, but the right click damage from Yopaj, your shield just does not block it.
Bottom lane does end up dropping. Natsumi gets the kill, and now Marvel still play around the Kraken Shell. It'll purge off. But I thought the Tide salved, but it was actually Natsumi. So that would be rather unfortunate. Marvel will be able to salve up behind the tree line and get back to work.
This is where that initial tri-lane start really hurts Hishki. He couldn't TP in, it was cancelled, he's still level 1, hits 2 now, but this is a dual melee lane into a Riki and AA. The Riki very slippery, hard to lock down. So despite being a melee versus melee lane for the Tide, they can't really control it too well. Natsumi's having pretty much free farm down here. Up top, it's rough as well. Like, you see that kill on Ace, X123 just getting dived under his tower. Everything working out for Neon early on here.
Telling you, John. Clockwork dream is to have a squishy +5 like a lion that can't escape. There's no way he abused this lane as a lion. He's 12, he's letting the TP back up top. He's gonna fill the bottle of Sanctity. He'll take his time to make his way back up towards the top. Shows his face. He chase him down with an Iron Shell, and there's just nothing. In fact, CTM, he went and got a bottle of his own now. So he could just keep refilling that himself. Securing the runes along with Yopaj. Look at this, CTM. 9 chill. Still has level 1 battery assault. Boy, Ace 12. Ace 12, he did manage to take the other water away before CTM was able to pick it up.
That blocks off Sanctity's own bottle refill. He still has 2 charges, so it's not too bad. But, you know, you'd want that option to hand it over to your Ember. Your pause just building up on this mid. Not too far ahead in terms of CS, just about 5 to 9 up. That would give you that level advantage, and just having more levels on the Ember always feels great, although up top...
Diving onto X12. Ace 12 gets spotted. Chased down immediately. The worst part is, John, he got the first blood gold, so he got such an early tranquils that he's just never going to have to leave. In fact, 1, 2, 3. Dies to a the Iron Ship. That's not a good feeling.
No, this is going really slow for Lilgun, and that's something to expect with the AM. AM +1, no matter who it is not an aggressive lane. The response from Neon is shaping up nicely, and their initial start's a lot better than you'd expect. They've not been able to slow down Natsumi, so Natsumi's free farming bot. Marvel is super behind on this tide. 13-1 in terms of CS compared to the 31-7 from Natsumi. Heck, even compared to Raging Potato at 30-1 as well. Not good. This means your Tide and your AIM are going to be dipping into jungle resources to catch up. You might be able to play around once you hit that level 6 spike on the Tide, but he doesn't have a soul ring yet. He doesn't have anything to refill his mana, so it's a bit of a tough call. The soul ring is flying out, but I don't know if you can even try to commit and still find a kill on Natsumi.
I'm just watching Ace 12. He just... it's just such a sad affair for Ace right now. Like, what could he do? Stuck at level 3. Can't really help out X123. Can't do anything in the safe lane. X123, he's trying his best to get his farm up, but there's CTM with the surge up now. After Ace 12, he will not be able to lock him in, but he's just going to dive. He's just diving the tier 1 tower. There's your cogs out now, and Ace 12, he's gone. Hex or no hex, it just doesn't matter.
It's a rough time. I think at this point, you know, you'd be better served stacking up the jungle, maybe trying to build up something for X123 to farm. He has to be cautious. Jeez.
Click away, sir. Jeez Christ. It's a lot of damage out. Bottom lane, Marvel's going to be in danger. Now, cold feet. Freeze. Marvel just going to have to TP away. All the way back to the fountain.
It's a toughie. Lilgun, it looks like they're going to have to depend on Sanctity to give them some mid-game momentum, and at the least your Ember lane's the one that's kind of going alright, although I say that he's lagging behind an actual net worth right now. Does have level 7 up, so you could maybe look for a bit of a rotation, play around with the spirits. They are collapsing onto Yopaj.
Yeah, maybe they can kill him off. They've got the perma-stuns out, no strength morph, and they'll get him. Nice setup there by Ace. Coming in from the backside, and if you can't deal with the other side lanes, you may as well just try to win out the mid lane. Exactly what's happening right now for Lilgun. However, top lane, X123.
Oh god, why?
What can you do, Johnny? He's going to do something. Ishki's going to come in and try and get a trade, but I don't think this is a very good idea. Oh. They're both going to die.
Damage.
They are both going to die here if they're not careful. There goes one. Ace 12, he might be able to get away, but no, Natsumi with the long-range blink strike. It's going to be able to close the gap. No Iron Shell necessary for Natsumi. Just a Surge will do him. Double kill out for the safe lane of OB Neon. And that was a very desperate kind of chase to kill off Raging Potato. Really not very worthwhile.
No, they're throwing everything at the wall just to try and find something that sticks. They do manage to get the lane swap, so X123 is on the bot lane, getting a push in with his Tide. But Marvel doesn't have much to offer as well. No Vanguard, no Hood of Defiance up yet. Has the soul ring push for the siege creep, so this could give them some space in the bot lane. to at least secure some farm for the AM, but the Battle Fury is still a long way off. And how far ahead OB Neon is on Natsumi and Yopaj's farm, this kind of greedier start is actually going to be enabled because they haven't been slowed down from the laning phase. They've only got a 1k lead, but they are clumping up top on Marvel.
Again, Marvel, he's there to defend the top tier 1 tower. Can he survive? He's looking for that Ravage. He'll get it off, but it's not great. But Impel is. The follow-up is out. CTM, the first to drop his Sanctity. And Natsumi, or maybe he goes and himself, and he does. They will get them with the Iron Shell, Ricky. They will just chase them down. A-Storm is gone. Hishki, he is just surrounded. This is truly a disgusting draft from OB Neon.
It really is, and you know, I was pointing out that the draft might have lacked some control on OB Neon. You don't need control when they all die. You don't need any stuns when everyone just drops dead, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're applying early pressure with Ricky, playing with those Iron Shells, getting every single thing they'd want, while also still getting a ton of farm from Yopaj, who's basically just left alone. Like, Natsumi's taking that more active role in the Ricky, he's making space, the Diffusal's only 2 parts away, and once that's up, you really won't be able to run, especially the AM. Like, AM doesn't have a huge mana pool. Once you drain that over, don't give him the option to blink. X123 is just kind of stuck there and going to be able to really start to slow down his progression. He's still 2 parts away from the full Battle Fury. He does have the bot jungle to play with the tier 1 gone. He needs to really temper his aggression and rely on his team to buy that space out for him to get big.
Lane. Oh, Hishki. He's gone. I was about to say, I do like the fact that you have the Soul Ring build up on C, right? Because he's going to have so much mana drained by X123. Soul Ring just makes enough to have the mana to get some spells off. Watching CTM, he runs up to X123, man. No respect at all for the anti-mate. Forces him away from the ball. That's going to be a little bit demoralizing for X123. Can't really man out of clockwork.
He doesn't really have much to leverage on clock. AM's just one of those heroes that doesn't feel great early on. Still needs a lot of items to feel good. Top lane's just completely invaded now by OB Neon. And Natsumi just dancing around. He's only lacking 200 gold for the Diffusal. They could set up here.
Double Iron Shellsy. Wall dropped, Marvel. He's gonna try. I don't think it's going to really work out for him, though. He does drop Hishki, trying to get an impale off. Meanwhile, Sanctity going to come in from the backside to try and go after Raging. Chains end up missing as well. They can't lock him in. They will just run now. Surge is out on Natsumi to allow him to get away, but maybe, just maybe, they can get Raging. Here comes Natsumi again with the smoke screen. He's going to make it harder for him. They might be able to try and turn here as Sanctity. He's dropping fairly low now. Tricks the trade out. Remnant towards the right. Natsumi dropping low himself. Hishki does land the impel. It does get the kill. Get a nice kill for their trouble. In the meantime, the mid-tier tower was being forced in by Yopaj, who haven't really talked about whatsoever. But he's been free farming up this whole time. And it's still the net worth.
It's down to the fact that Natsumi's the space maker here. He's taking that role, he's buying the space out. Yopaj is big win condition, has the Yasha up, SNY to follow, and Lilgun kind of doing the same thing with X123. He's still lagging behind, but not that much behind. 200 gold behind Natsumi's really, considering that start, pretty darn good. I think you'd be pretty satisfied with what X123 is doing right now. Once the full Battle Fury is up, the farm will ramp up, then he just works on the Manta style, and you feel a lot nicer. You will need to make some space out for your Ember and Tide to also progress a bit, as you have lagged behind. The Orb of Corrosion up for Sanctity, Drums to follow, still a ways off from that. The Force Staff from Marvel, gonna be a while as well, about 1,000 gold away from that. That will help with the smoke screen, so some answers are flying true for Lilgun. It just needs more time.
Okay, net worth lead does remain for OB. Did he not have best time this game. We really haven't seen much
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
up now from OB Neon. Trying to abuse the plate of Natsu. Solo mission is underneath the tree, but it probably won't matter because he's got the smoke locked down Ace, and that'll be a nice, easy lying killers. Who else have they found? They try to go after the Ember with the hook shot. They will lose Genuine in the process. They've got Hishki to try and trade. Marvel, he is around to help out, but it's probably not going to be enough in the end. They'll just leave Hishki to die. Now they go for more. Natsumi wants to rip it back the other way, right into the loving arms of Yopash. He had no choice. He goes one way or the other. Tried to run, but they were waiting.
Yeah, really nicely calculated from Neon. 17-5. This looks like game 2 flipped around here, Mike. It's just a solid performance this time from Neon and Lilgun. It's starting to lag behind. Lose the mid-tier 1. Their jungle is going to be invaded shortly, and CTM's just so far forward.
Yeah, but he doesn't care. He's a tanky boy right now. It's the Ice Plus. He's going to fly through. Marvel gets a nice Ravage off. Onto 3 heroes with the Impel follow-up, the back, the wall, everything being thrown by Lilgun just for the possible clockwork. They will get him, but they lose Marvel in the process. Now Sanctity's going to come in. X123, he'll try to go for a fight. Remnant's forward. A big mana void, and you know he will drop after they go Raging Potato. Surge away is now Natsumi's back in. After the Ember, they do get the kill into Sanctity, but a nice Earth Spike and Impale out onto Yopash and Natsumi. They'll get the Morphling. Natsumi's not done though. He will kill off X123 onto Ace 12. He's out of mana, but he's got an Iron Shell, and that'll do him more than enough. Lilgun, they're finding some decent pickoffs, but it's just costing them way too much to get it done.
Yeah, it's real. They are overcommitting for this. They're not really getting the initiations they want. They're reacting to Neon's movements, and it looks good sometimes, but the hook. CTM.
Ice Blast is still gonna fly through. Not gonna lead to a kill though. Hishki will be fine. Marvel was almost caught out there by Natsumi, but he gets back to the tier tower and as well. Up the hook shot, they might just try to relax for a bit to have that initiation back up. They control majority of the map anyway. Like it's gonna be very hard for X123 to try and actually farm up on this anti-mage. The game's gonna go. Really just doesn't have the space at all.
And they're trying. They're holding mid. They're forcing a response, trying to force the fights out. But it's tricky. He's got some space in the upper jungle. It looks like OB Neon might want to force something to happen down mid. They do have Ravage is not quite up. Half a minute. So no big AoE control for Lilgun. They're going to have to rely on the line and Nyx, but they're kind of disjointed. If OB Neon jumps now, it could be big.
Me. Stuff gonna run forward, and he's gonna run right into Sanctity, but was a sentry there. Out into the Remnant away will mean that fine. However, X123 Void being scouted out by CTM. They are still in danger. They are still posturing. He's gonna run right past Natsumi. Yopash gonna spot out X123, and he wants to start a fight. Onto the cliff they go. Is there a hook shot? Not quite. Vacuum was close. He was a bit too far away. That level 1 hookshot wouldn't have landed had he tried.
It's a nice slip away there from X123, but he still needs more time to farm. And every single time he's chased around, it's time he's not fully farming, although...
Now, North, it looks like they have got the Lion. Natsumi will take care of that. A nice Cox pushback from CTM to make sure there was no getting away from Ace. Another Marvel. Still had battery assault there for CTM. Numi gonna jump in, force start, will save the day for now. A big Ravage out. Can they turn though? I believe so. They don't have any damage. Marvel gone back. Try and tank the gank, but Ravage, it can't lead to anything. You don't have a farmed Ember and you don't have a farmed AM.
Yeah, and they kind of stacked their stuns as well. to communicate these initiations better. At their lead, try to maximize your Ravage and Earth Spike and Impale timings. With those kills, it opens up the Roche here. You punch where you're getting started, and it's not going to take too long. Agent on the deck. Your second life for Yopaj, keep him safe. He's going to be able to commit much further up front. The BKB is coming out soon for Natsumi. He's just playing poke with X123. He just can't even trade. Smoke screen flies out. AM has to run. He just doesn't have 3 lanes.
Oh, Yopaj. Lose the Aegis. Nice setup there from Hishki. Get something. Confident there in that farming position. Yopaj without a sentry round, but won't really matter. Means he's not going to feel quite as safe in the team fights, but quite frankly, they haven't really struggled with team fights at all. Yeah. Got up, but they see H12. Hex is there, but the back enough. Back to the draw.
They're still really controlling this triangle. They have kind of given up the top jungle, but they're cleaning out the big camps, they're cleaning out the ancients, they're lining up for that push in mid. Ravage is still 40 seconds away. Neon should be looking for a fight now if they want to take it. As long as that control is missing from Lilgun, you're really not scared. BKB all finished up in Natsumi, so all that control on your Nyx and Lions also not a factor now.
I don't mean to be alarmist, but Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, it's blocked.
Structures
Unfortunate.
Tower is under attack.
No, he's around somewhere, but there's no dust as far as I can tell. Genuel with the only dust available and wasn't in range. Oh, that's happening. Bot lane, Yopaj, he gets the bottom tier 1 tower, but now the Morphling, he'll turn around with the now and just get the hell out of there.
Top tower is under attack.
No problems for him. Forces a 4-man rotation to try and stop him. So they're not quite farming up in that time. Yopaj gets still steadily build up. Scotty just about 1,300 to 1,400 gold off. Once you've got that up, the stats will help him survive the burst from Hishki, and added health reduction or health regen reduction is always going to be good, and stopping the AM from trying to heal up, stopping the Tide from being so tanky as well. And these are all major item spikes for OB Neon that's about to come out. 7k lead for them. Lilgun 23 to 8. Still not finding their space on this game. They do have the 4 staff on Marvel, so they can kind of get themselves out of the smoke screen at the least. BKB for Sanctity almost up. Perhaps with that BKB up on the Ember, you can take a few more of these fights. Until then, Neon's just going to work this map and look for objectives to take.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. I have no reason to buy such things.
Now, smoke screen's there. Can they lock him down long enough?
Middle tower is under
Fine.
attack.
In fact, he's going to turn now.
Top tower is being attacked.
A lot of mana, and now he has... Natsumi doesn't really realize it. He couldn't remnant away. It's like he wasn't aware of how low the mana pool was. Neon, they won't mind too much because they can just back up that top tier 2. They'll get that for free. Get an outpost for themselves. Now,
I could have predicted this.
control the map. Go be Neon, grouping up again. Gem over. Make sure that he's not underneath the sentry. The smoke right behind Natsu. I scan out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hook shot, very nice from CTM. Right through the middle, Marvel, he's going to avoid the Ice Blast, but he's still in big trouble. In fact, the backline's there in even bigger troubles. Natsumi is there, along with Raging. Hishki, not going to survive Natsumi's damage output. Obi Neon, mid-tier 2 now gone. The map just continuing to get smaller and smaller.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They might even go high ground. They will. Banes? Oh, they've got him, Natsumi. Force the BKB up.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
you're at a tough spot here. Once the Tide respawns, at least you'll have Ravage. You're trying to split push with your AM. Manta styles up, at least for X123, just not enough. Tier 3 faults. Racks are still relatively safe, and it looks like Neon will respect the team fight potential with Ravage, with Earth Spike, with Impale. They will just settle with the Tier 3, go back, and they have so much more farm to take anyway. Natsumi, I believe, just finishes up a Yasha flying out, so more damage on the Riki into the Manta soon. It's just going to help against all the dust and all the ways of finding this Riki. It's going to be a lot tougher there for Lilgun. They do smoke up, and they've got that big Ravage, but they kind of show it.
He's got the hook on. He's into the Vendetta. Surge up Natsumi. He still has the gem, so he'll be able to spot a Hishki. He does run into him, and now he does. There. Back onto the high ground, and here we go. They just put him in the blender. Gonna get down. It doesn't matter. The Ravage not really gonna do too much either. They've already lost Ace. They will lose Marvel on the Tide. They might even lose Hishki here as Natsumi just blinks right on top. Sanctity. He might be alright, but Yopaj, he's not done yet. Not missing the chains. But it's into the mid-racks. They can't stop them.
They can't. Like, that was their best shot. Maybe trying to get a Ravage stacking the stuns. Now, AM can't defend, Ember can't defend solo. Respawns are short. They should be up for the set of racks, but no Ravage makes this fight really hard for Lilgun, and Obi and Neon know that. They just go up top, clear it out. They can't get Megas because the tier 2 bot still stands, but you're going to be 2 racks down at least here for Lilgun. That's going to make it a lot harder to equalize these lanes, to step outside your base and try to split push yourself.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Wouldn't you just know it?
Racks, it's going to eventually drop if they don't do something about it. He's in, smokescreen is quite nice, chains around, he's still rooted up. Hookshot though, not gonna land. The 4-star will save. Rax is a stiff danger, however. Is not safe. The OB Neon, they've had enough. Have they? Now, down a couple, but there's Natsumi right back in after the Nyx, but the 4-star's gonna save. Still Natsumi, not done. We'll go after Ace 12. We'll get the one kill again. There's no buyback available on him, so they might be able to just continue fighting. Remnants forward, Sanctity. I'm not sure about this one. He'll try to Remnant back out. They could jump in after him. They'll try, but what a vacuum. Right into the wall onto 3. This is looking so darn bad for Lilgun as Hishki about to drop. They will lose Marvel, and now the hook shot in from CTM into the Ice Blast. X1, 2, 3. He'll take it. May not die, but there's an extra rocket flare. Tricks the trade in. They're going to dive the fountain for this. They will get all of them. An ultra kill for Natsumi. Can we get a rampage? Not before they call GG. They have had enough. OB Neon, they will be able to proceed. And unfortunately, Lilgun will have to leave the tournament. Unfortunate stuff indeed, but OB Neon, they were just a better team today.
Yeah, they play